You sort of faded it out. I see you almost went to like completely slide it all the way down, and then you stop for a second. You're like, I'm gonna fade out the last 30% of it. So,
It's
hi
hard
everybody.
because it's like at 20%. So it's
Oh, was
like,
it only at
how
20?
do you fade it from
They
that?
need a fade feature. It would be so much better if you just click the button and it's just like progressively faded out. Uh-oh. 1 second here. Pretty strong storms going into Sarnia right now. How's it going in Sarnia? 1 second here. I'm getting haunted. Oh boy. Oh boy. All right. What's up, everybody? Had some pretty interesting storms so far. I just did a little bit ago a severe thunderstorm potential for that Brantford storm. It looks like it did go under a severe thunderstorm warning as expected. That rotation for Oakville area, that uh, should be leaving now at this point in time. Whoa, I just got a huge head rush. I don't know why. That was crazy. Anybody ever just randomly just get a wild like head rush? I don't know, is it from sitting down too quickly or something? I don't like these strong winds over here from the storm here, getting up to almost 90 km/h, heading up into. It's going pretty close into at least southern Hamilton there. Whoa, hate that feeling. It's gross. Maybe I'm dehydrated. Could be it. Just too much coffee and not enough actual water. That was gross. That was like dizzy. I don't know if that was maybe it's like an inner ear thing or something. Yeah, it might be some vertigo going on. But I'm just like, I was just literally sitting here. Someone reported damaging winds. Zach, damaging winds from the Sarnia area on that storm. That's not good. There's also a bunch of other strong storms coming in from the west. I don't like what's here heading towards the Grand Bend area as well. That's really ramping up right there. Going into Grand Bend. I'm going to do a little polygon for friends in Grand Bend. Let's see here. Yeah, that's really kicking it up a notch. Now, which way is it going exactly? You know what I should do instead? I'm going to go standing desk straight off the bat here. Standing desk time. I always find if I ever feel like lightheaded, I just do standing desk and it works way better. You know what I'm saying? Wait, where am I going? Which way is the storm going? Because it looks like it's going up, but that might be because the desk is moving. Let's see here. Kind of actually going to the southeast a bit. Oh. Lady Esri says, "What a rebel! Straight to standing desk." No, it's just actually, hold on. Okay, let's see here. That one is going, though it looks like the winds are going straight east, but actual storm itself might be going a little bit more that way. Something like that. We'll let our friends in Grand Bend know what's up. There, standing desk is better. If I can walk around, be a insulin spike from just eating, might be that. Let's see here. This is probably pretty good. 19 kilometers northwest of Lambton Shores. That's right. Okay. Traveling east southeast. Okay. Oh, radar estimates wind gusts at 173 kilometers an hour. might be a little bit of an issue there. I would say actually wind risk. Wind and hail risk. I'm going to say actually damaging wind risk. Damaging wind gusts are possible as this storm is strengthening on radar, heading towards Grand Bend, etc. All right. And let's go with, I think orange probably. It's not really there yet. I'm going to go yellow. Started to use yellow lately. All right. Sending it off. It's a polygon time. There's some big thunder and Barry earlier, but those storms look pretty boring. Okay, let's go look around at some of these storms because there's some pretty high percentages out here. It's a polygon time. Okay, this is really ramped up now. Really, really ramped up. This is way stronger than it was before. And Tilt 2 looks even stronger. Storm relative velocity is a bit curious. If you are in South Coast, I bet you it's pretty rough right now. Southern Hamilton, heading over towards Stony Creek, maybe towards Grimsby here. This thing has really ramped up, and it's actually tracking a little bit more to the east, so it's heading pretty much straight towards Grimsby. Definitely some damaging wind risk with this one. Whoa, U.S. radar looks crazy on it. Yeah, Grimsby going to be wanting to take shelter with that one. That thing's coming in hot. Coming in hot. I don't like storm relative velocity on it. I might say minor rotation on this one just because it's got a little bit of a look, but probably mainly a wind risk on this one. Let's see what percentages we have. 8% tornado, 27% severe wind. This thing is really cooking. What's the closest radar to it? Is it Buffalo? Yeah, Buffalo is the closest to it. This thing is cooking. Let's go draw a line straight towards Grimsby and St. Catharines. It is looking strong. Straight out to Niagara on the Lake, I think. Probably a good idea. Let's see here. Yeah. I think I'm going to say, I don't know if it's going to affect Niagara Falls. It's actually kind of tracking, the strongest part of it's kind of tracking to the southeast. So it could actually affect Niagara Falls as it moves this way. I'm going to go red. I'm going to go significant damaging winds and minor rotation. 12 kilometers southeast of Ancaster. Is that right? Yeah, that's right. Basically southeast of near Binbrook. Is that right? It is right. Okay. East of 61 kilometers an hour. Reach Stony Creek by 122, Grimsby 138. Estimates wind gusts at 107. Is that the highest we're having here? 99. 99. Yeah, 99 is the highest. 99 kilometers an hour radars. We're also seeing a bit of minor rotation on radar, but the main risk is significant damaging wind gusts. And that's at 114. And I went red, sending it out now. That thing looks strong. It's a polygon time. And my clock says 11:14 because we've been live streaming out west. So I need to adjust my clock. It is definitely not that time. Eastern. There we go. Perfect. Yeah, it looks like the strongest part of the storm is going to miss Hamilton from what I can tell. Let me know in the comments if you got my notification. Yeah, see, you can see a bit of that minor rotation if you look at King. Now, it might be heading out of my polygon a bit. Main risk is going to be the wind. And seeing as Buffalo is parallel with the wind, it's got the best eyes on it, and it's really looking strong right here. Let's see. If you're in Elfrida, Woodburn, Stony Creek for sure, Tweedside, Tapley Town, Grimsby, Grassy, where else? Beamsville, and eventually probably out towards St. Catharines and Niagara on the Lake, I would think, as long if it keeps strong. Oh, the latest radar update kicked it up a notch, and it went from 99 to 113 kilometers an hour on that one. That one looks very strong, folks. It's bowing right here as well too. So if you're near Binbrook, if you're southeast of Hamilton, this thing looks super strong. See what percentages we're at now. 29% severe wind risk, 16% tornado risk. It just hopped up big time in the tornado risk. Oh my God, Brennan. All right. That Brennan, he's a character. Let's see here. Still waiting for another Exeter update on that one. And what did Exeter say on that one? It showed really, really strong winds, and it's continuing to track east towards Grimsby. We should be getting a radar update pretty soon, I would think. Let's see, that's 105, and we're into 116. Where'd the next radar frame go? Yeah, King City's got a new radar frame. Where's our next Exeter frame? Don't you dare, Exeter. Not right now. Not with all these storms coming in from Michigan. Please. Power outages in Burlington due to lightning and trees down on wires, it seems like.
Stop saying Exeter's name. It's like Beetlejuice. If you say it 3 times, it'll go down.
That's right. That's right. I won't say it again. We'll just call it the Western Radar. Nope. Are you kidding me? Please don't go down. All right, now. I was so happy it was up. I was like, oh, is it up today? That's such a finicky radar. Yeah, I'm still not liking what I'm seeing here. Woodburn, actually. This is actually tracking more southeast. This is looking like some rotation, though. Maybe not. It's hard to say. A little bit of broad area up there. But this, what should have been, it looked like it was tracking to the northeast, is now really tracking to the southeast. The strongest part of this storm might actually miss Grimsby, but it's heading towards Smithville now. So now it's going towards Fulton, Allen's Corners, Smithville. Might do a little. I mean, they're already in my polygon, so it's fine. Someone's just calling it the E. If that continues to track to southeast, Smithville needs to be getting prepared for this one. From what I can tell from Buffalo radar, it's still going to be pretty strong in Grimsby, but the strongest part of it for sure is heading towards Fulton. It's in Woodburn right now. Is anybody in the Woodburn area? Power's out south of Peterborough. Yeah, that storm up there was actually pretty decent for a bit. I posted a rotation earlier for Oakville because it was multiple frames of rotation. And then as soon as I did the next frame, it weakened. So thank goodness. Excuse me. But this storm heading down into the Peterborough area is actually looking pretty decent. It's got some decent percentages on it. It's all under severe thunderstorm warning, which is good to see. Halliburton storm looks interesting. Maybe not. It does have a little bit of a something there, but I don't think the environment up there is as strong. The environment down here to the south is much stronger. Good. Storms are bad. I'm good. Brennan, I think we're going to change the color of some of these storm tracks from green to anything but green, because every time I see it from a distance, it looks like, oh, is that strong rotation? And then I zoom in and no, it's just a storm track. So I think we should change that to like blue or something, just something that
Maybe
contrast.
like a neutral color. Because there's not really a point for storm tracks to have a color with them.
Guess who's back? Back again. He is back. Tell some friends or something. I don't know. All right, we got a new radar update. Bow, bow, bow. Let's see here. Yeah, there's still pretty strong storms heading towards Grand Bend. Let's go take a look at some reports here. Lots of reports coming in. Appreciate it, everybody. Here's Sarnia. Here's Lambton Shores. I want to take a look at that. That's basically the storm coming into Exeter area right now. People are like, should we maybe get off the beach? Maybe. Let's see here. West Gray. Thank you for the report there from West Gray. Someone sent a video from Niagara Falls, but it looks like it had an error. And, so that was Lambton Shores. This is a new one from Lambton Shores. It was just sent, I believe. That's it getting closer there. There's the shelf cloud coming in on that storm. You can see the big, long shelf. Everybody's still deciding if we're going to stay or not. These people are just like hunkered in. We're going to stay. Okay. All right. This is a shot from Sarnia. Thank you for the report. Appreciate it. And what else here? I wonder what that was from. This is Aldemond. Really low-hanging storm there. Didn't even say the word storms. Just a storm. This is Oakville earlier. Okay. Hanging at the truck stop. Thanks for the report. Appreciate it. This was from Brantford. Whoa. Oh, my goodness. I'm glad I did severe thunderstorm potential on that one. I don't know how long after I did that the severe thunderstorm warning came out, but probably pretty close. But holy moly. Thank you for sending that to us. Appreciate it. Minden Hills. Thanks for the update. Nice trees. All right. Was this Hamilton? Oh, this was Hamilton. Yeah. I'm hoping this person is parked. It looks like they are. It looks like they're in their driveway. So cool. Pretty wet in Hamilton. The wind didn't look too bad though. That's good. Thanks for the reports, everybody. Appreciate it. But yeah, that's coming into Grand Bend. It's gonna get pretty windy. Little bit of minor rotation in the Plimpton, Wyoming area. Let's take a look at tilt 2, tilt 3, tilt 4. I think that might be enough to go minor on it because it's got support up top. Yeah, I think so. Let's see exactly which way this is going. It's so weird today because all the storms are moving in one direction and all the rotations moving in another direction. But I mean, that can happen, but it's crazy. If you just use velocity, if you just use wind radar, then your positioning is wrong. You have to look at reflectivity because the whole storm is moving in a different direction. So the storm is moving to the southeast. And what do we have for percentages now? It just jumped way up. 6% tornado risk on that one. Okay, I'm going to go minor on that right here. Something like this. Yep. Back into the southeast towards Watford area. Warwick, Watford, maybe Alvinston. Bring that out a bit because that's going to go quickly. Maybe stretch this out a little bit. Yeah. There we go. Okay. I'm going to go minor rotation on that one. It's a polygon time. Detected minor rotation on the storm located 19 kilometers southwest of Lambton Shores near Kamlachie. Is that right? Yeah. That's right. Okay. Traveling southeast 35 kilometers an hour, yada, 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 blah, blah, blah. Get rid of that line. Looks good to me. Sending it. Can I check Madoc? Yeah, I can check Madoc. Give me a sec. I don't think much is happening up there. There's storms up there for sure, and some of them are kind of strong, but for the most part. Oh, we got Detroit's back. Sweet. That's helpful. Guess who's back? Back again. Detroit's back. Actually, that's funny because obviously Eminem's from Detroit. So it somewhat actually makes sense there. I don't like the look of this developing supercell here near St. Clair, south of Corunna. Doesn't really have much going on for it yet on velocity, but it's starting to kick it up a notch, which I don't like. Whoa, there's your update. Still showing the rotation. Really tracking heavy to the southeast. Speaking of updates, let's go take a look at our nasty looking storm over here. Whoa, it still looks crazy. It is actually, it did track a bit further north than it was working on before. So it was going southeast, but now it's continuing. So Grimsby Center, so southern Grimsby, Allen's Corner, Smithville. Is this a couplet at the bottom? What am I looking at here? Huh. I don't know what this little thing down here is. US radar's pretty accurate with that kind of stuff. Although it is parallel to it. So if there was rotation, King would probably have a better option of seeing it. And King is certainly showing something here. I think it's going a little bit further out of my polygon. Looks outflowy. Let's see here. The only thing that's interesting to me, though, is this right here. Let me go correlation coefficient. Not even there? Okay. Interesting. Whoopsie. We don't need specific differential phase, do we? Maybe we do. How's the specific differential phase? Phasey. Okay. Yeah, but those really strong winds are the concern mainly. So Smithville, Grimsby Center, southern Grimsby, basically. Anybody in that Fulton area? Rotation over Caledonia? No. I see the hook here, but I don't know. This looks pretty boring. At least from King. Now, if we go to Exeter, though, this signature here looks pretty wild. But I think that's just because the radar's so far away. Probably not rotate. I don't know. I said minor rotation in there because there is some. That's an interesting signature, actually. But, ooh. Looks way stronger from... See, there's something going on here. But this is from Exeter, which is pretty far away. King probably would have the better shot at looking at this. King looks... There is rotation on King, but it's... I don't know. It's kind of weird looking. Doesn't have a classic look to it. Kind of a mess. But there's definitely... There could be a rotation here. And then there's that tiny, tiny little couplet from Buffalo. But we should get a Buffalo update pretty soon. Oh, we already did, yeah. And that tiny little couplet vanished. So that was probably just noise. This is going right into Grimsby Center right now, 107 kilometers an hour. This looks super strong. Allen's Corners, Beamsville needs to be taking shelter with this. Tintern, Silverdale, St. Anne's, West Lincoln. But Smithville up to Beamsville and then over towards St. Catharines looks really strong. Very strong winds on that storm. Buffalo's really picking up on it. Little downburst going through there. It's not great. Not great. Let's take a look at our storm coming into Grand Bend. It's going to be windy. I don't know if it's going to ramp up too strong. Right now it's about 67 kilometers an hour. But it could push up further. So we'll see. I think I have a sneeze, early sneeze detection happening. gave about if we check the records, I gave probably a 5-6 second sneeze notification there. Every second counts when there's a sneeze coming. You know what I'm saying? Instant sneeze update. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Oh no. Someone said, my eyes hurt from all the movement on the screen. By the time I zero in on my area, Adam whips out of there. Where's the Tylenol? I'm so sorry walking with Heather. Sorry. I got to move around fast, folks. I just can't stay still. I don't know if it's my ADHD. Maybe if I move things slower. Now there's no time to move slower. I got to check out so many different storms. I just got to bounce back and forth between them. So, if it's frustrating, maybe just have it on in the background audio wise. Like you just put it on YouTube and just listen to it. Because if there's an area that I think is concerning, I'm gonna call it out, right? So if I think, if you're in Smithville right now, if you're in Grimsby Center, Allen's Corners, Basingstoke, Beamsville, these areas need to be taking shelter with that storm. It looks really strong. Trees are going to be coming down in there. There's 107 kilometer an hour winds on radar, and it's close to the radar. Brianna coming in with a super chat. Thank you so much. It says, check out the storm near Athens from BASBV. You mean CASBV from Blainville? I think she means from this radar. Let's go take a look at Eastern Ontario here. Let's take a look at CASBV, which I think is what she meant. Oh, this is just a bunch of noise. Athens has some gusty winds, but it's really far from the radar for it to be. You definitely want to be looking at Franktown for that area. Athens looks super boring. And you definitely want to be looking at KTYX. And it also looks super boring. So remember to check a few different radars to see if what you're seeing is just noise or it's just a mess. Seen some pretty strong winds up here east of Peterborough near Havelock, 99. That's pretty strong. Yeah, there's some pretty darn strong winds in there. And there's lots of power outages, which is, I love the fact that we can see you can report power outages, by the way, on our free app, Instant Weather. Click the power outage report if you have one, and then we can kind of see like, okay, that storm must be pretty strong because it's got a whole boatload of power outages being reported on it. So I think probably these winds look pretty strong. I think I'm just going to do a pretty big polygon here over to Kingston, I think, from that storm line coming in. Yep. Aw. All right. It's actually moving to the northeast. See, what is happening today? Every time I think something's moving to the southeast, it's moving to the northeast. Every time I think something's moving to the north, like when I'm basing it on velocity, it is tricky. Something like that, I guess. What the heck's happening? That's the biggest polygon of my life. It's a giant polygon time. All right. I'm going to go severe thunderstorm potential. Definitely monitoring a line of storms tracking north of Lake Ontario to the east. Damaging wind gusts are possible along with some hail, torrential rain, and frequent lightning. We've had quite a few power outages reported in this area. So please be safe in the path of the storm. It's a 135. And let's go yellow. And it's a giant polygon, so maybe 3 hours? 2 is probably fine, but I'll say, let's go 2. 2 is always too much. I got to do less than 2 mostly. Every time I do 2, there's like no storms in the area, and I just see a bunch of polygons, so I'm putting them a little too far. A little too long, I think.
Yeah,
All
I'd
right.
say an hour is probably good for a default.
An hour's pretty good. Like an hour 15. It depends on the speed, really. It's all about the speed. If they're flying, then it could be like 45 minutes, half an hour sometimes. But I know I'm going to get distracted with another storm, so that's why I usually like to leave it a little bit longer. And actually, there's been a few times where I did 2 hours, and then a new storm popped up and just snuck right into the polygon. I'm like, well, there's already a polygon there for that one. Whoa. Okay, let's see what's going on here. Our Grimsby storm has weakened considerably. Thank goodness. Heading up towards Beamsville. It was getting pretty hairy there for a bit. It's still pretty strong, and it still could re-strengthen, but my goodness, it was stronger earlier. Let's go take a look at King on that one. Let's see here. And the only thing I'm interested in right here... Oh, hello. Still some hints of minor rotation in there, but it's kind of on a flat front edge of the storm, so it doesn't really... It's not really ringing super strong for me. But there is something going on there near Smithville. We got a video on that one from Beamsville. Let's go take a look at that. This is from Lincoln. Speaking of swinging the camera around here. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Hold on, I got to watch that again. That's a lot of the sky real fast. Appreciate the video, though. I'd rather that video than a photo. I'd rather you whip the camera around like that than it just be a photo. So, but if you could try to smooth it out a little bit. For the guy who's always flipping radar around, I'm asking somebody to smooth it out. So,
yeah, I'm laughing.
Yeah, this is from St. Thomas. A bit of hit. What? Sorry.
I was just saying it's ironic.
Yeah, it's a bit hypocritical of me to be like, can you smooth things out a bit? Now let's swing over here to Grimsby and let's swing back over here to Sarnia. This is why I like to set up. I should really set up a whole bunch of different regions as tabs, and then I can tab through them. But the problem is every time I do that, I end up just moving one of them around. So that's pretty dark, low-hanging clouds back there. This is from Pelham. Pretty dark back there. Thank you for the report. Appreciate it. Everybody in your reports is so nice. This is from Brantford. From inside. It's tough to take a video through a screened window because it ends up looking like this. That got messy there. Photo from Burlington. You can see the rain right here, of the rain core coming down below. Because you see how you see the dark base of the storm. But then you can see this hazy part. That's the rain coming down. Maybe some hail, actually. That could be hail falling. Thank you for that report. Appreciate it. Okay. Oh, here's another one from Lambton Shores. It's getting closer. The beach is getting emptier. The lifeguards remain. Look at that. It's a little bit ominous coming in there. Thank you, everybody, for all your reports. Appreciate it. Very helpful. They keep updating. We keep seeing more reports. What is this? This is from Georgina. Low, dark hanging cloud there coming in. Thank you. Ground hugging, actually. All right. Oh, that was that one. That was the Lincoln one. Okay. The Lincoln flipping the camera one. All right, so let's go take a look at K-Buff again, see what's going on here. Okay, so K-Buff has strengthened a bit again near Smithville with 87 in there. So still, it weakened, but it's not done, and it's starting to strengthen again right there. So And severe thunderstorm warning has now been issued for Smithville and Grimsby area. How's our minor rotation doing down here? It seems to be softening from what I can tell. Still worth keeping an eye on that storm. 7% tornado risk on it, which is not nothing. Be some pretty strong winds in there. This whole area is under severe thunderstorm warning as well for Environment Canada. Let's take a look at our Grand Bend. Okay, so Grand Bend didn't get to severe levels. That's got a really fishy looking hook on it there. Interesting. That's a weird looking storm. Got to keep an eye on that one. We got a big line of storms here. They're moving through the region. These storms will eventually probably affect London, Strathroy, St. Thomas as they track to the east. This one's still got an interesting tail on it. That one's got an interesting kind of fake hook on it there. And look what Michigan's sending us as well. A whole more cluster of storms. So today's an interesting one. We've got lake breezes in play. We'll have to see how they affect the storms. I'm glad this is finally under a severe thunderstorm warning. I guess that wasn't even under a severe thunderstorm warning that entire time.
It
Is
was.
that right? Oh, it was. Oh, they just issued this one, but they kill the one of the West?
Yeah, I think so. Because
Okay.
it was under a severe thunderstorm warning before it went into Hamilton.
Okay. All right. Well, that makes sense. Yeah, Smithville area is still looking pretty strong here. 85. That could quickly, in one radar frame, ramp up. So Smithville should still be paying close attention to this one, the Pelham area as well. And we saw that video from Pelham where you could really see the dark cloud coming in, right here, right there. You can really see that dark, low-hanging bottom of that shelf coming in to Pelham area. Thank you so much for that video. Appreciate it. Much obliged. Here. Yeah. Derek Baker says Hamilton is still under a severe thunderstorm watch. Derek, did we meet one time? I think, were you at one of those Storm Chaser barbecues that Tom ran? Did we meet at one of those? I could have sworn we did, but maybe I'm out to lunch. Oh, Pelham, not Pelham. I got confused by the H. It's a silent H. Pelham. 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 Again, maybe the L is part of the A, like the LH, like Pelham. Pelham. Lots of flooding in Brantford. Thank you, Shauna. That's not great. Pelham. You tell them that it's Pelham. Did somebody say that? Did like somebody's family member say, you tell them it's Pelham? Did somebody do that? Anybody? These are the things that I yammer on about. Adam, unfortunately, no, we haven't, but I want to catch your band in the near future, so we will then. Cool. We're playing on Saturday night in Barrie at the Queens. Let's see here. So yeah, if you're bored and you're in the Barrie area, come out to the Queens to check out our band's called Face the Lion. Should be fun. And then after, I think the Watchmen are playing downtown Barrie. Pretty much right after our set. The Watchmen are out at Meridian Center there. What's that? They had a couple big hits, didn't they, Watchmen? El Radio. How'd that go? When the Saints go marching in, what gets stuck in my head? How do these things get pulled out of my brain? There is a plethora of music in there, and it's on shuffle. My brain is the original.
That's a question best answered by a medical specialist.
I don't want it to change though, so I don't really care. I'm happy just cycling through songs. If there's no radio on, I'll just start singing the Spearmint gum commercial or something like that. It's all in there. Someone says, "Welcome to ADHD." Bing, 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 bing. I like it. It's entertaining. If no songs came into my head when I was bored and there was no audio, then it would be a much sadder life, I think. I'm constantly entertained by my brain. It's great. Juicy fruit is gonna move ya. There you go. That's what I'm talking about. That'll just pop into my head. Get right to ya. The taste, move ya. Yeah. What happened to the Juicy Fruit commercials? They were so good. Gotta bring them back. Lots of power outages here. Pelham. You better tell them that Pelham's got a power outage reported in Pelham. Oh, that's kind of, it says in Welland, northern Welland, almost Pelham. Welland, Pelham. When did the Saints go marching in? Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. All right, let's see here. Let's see. All right, still seeing some pretty gusty winds here west of Oil Springs. We'll see how those develop as they track to the east. These strong winds near Pelham, still pretty strong, 81-ish. Yeah, it's still got some juice there. It's definitely not as strong as it was earlier. It was incredibly strong as it tracked towards Beamsville, but it has definitely weakened a bit. Looks like this whole area, including St. Catharines, is in a severe thunderstorm warning. Niagara Falls is not in one yet. If this does continue strong, I could see Environment Canada extending that severe thunderstorm warning to Niagara Falls, but that, excuse me, that is going to be up to them. Mhm. Let's see what's going on north of Belleville. King might be picking up on some pretty strong winds there. We did have quite a lot of power outages from this one. Like, it didn't really look that strong going through Peterborough, but we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 power outages in that area. Is your power outage? Is your power outage? Is your power out in the Peterborough area? Let me know in the comments. Now I have the juicy fruit jingle stuck on my head. That's even worse than in. Someone just printed it out and like taped it to your head. Car struck something. Oh, is your power outage? Dante's trolling me pretty good. I don't know, Adam. Is your power outage? Yeah, is your power outage right now? Or out? Okay, okay. This is strengthening again and heading towards North Pelham and Pelham and Pelham proper. There's a lot of Pelhams around here, but it's heading into Pelham right now. We're seeing some strengthening winds. Also, this over here is strengthening quite a bit. One little pocket of 97 kilometer an hour. That might just be a bit of noise, but I don't think this is noise. This looks legit here. Going through Rosedene, and looks like, did we just get a video? We did just get a video, and that would be from West Lincoln. What's that weird hook here? It's a pretty weak hook, but it's strange. But there's no concerning velocity on it. But yeah, it's really starting to kick it up there again, heading southeast towards Pelham, Welland, etc. Let's see. I want to go and take a look. Where was that? Oh, this is from Pelham. Okay, there's the clouds coming into Pelham. They look pretty elevated, and by that I mean like further up off the surface. They're not really ground hugging at this point in time, but the storm's not really there yet. So that's kind of it's a little bit like, oh, that's they might be elevated, they might be further off the surface, but the storm, once the actual strong part of that storm gets there, we'll see if those are still elevated or not. They could be. It's possible, but if they're not, if they're closer to the surface, this is from little shot from St. Catharines there from Jeff E. Thank you so much, Jeff. Appreciate it. Just bouncing back and forth between radars here, taking a look at a few different storms there, folks. Waiting to see what's coming in from Michigan there. It looks like it could be pretty interesting. There's another storm in northeastern Barrie heading into Oro, or heading through Oro, actually. Oh boy. Looks like we do have a tree down. Hydro wire and tree across the road in Minden. And that's an interesting area up there in Minden, because I was at a cottage in Minden and it was just like a gentle raining day, but it had been raining for a few days and a huge tree just fell down. I don't think there's a lot of soil up there because it's a lot of rock, right? So if the soil level isn't that deep, it's just a giant tree just fell down and like took out the power line. But there was no wind, So it probably doesn't take much to have trees come down around there, I would assume. One little decent storm through there, and you can have a good chunk of it come down. Let's see here. Boo 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 bing boom ba ding ba ding bing bing ding bing boom 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 bing ba bing bing. What am I on right now? Is that? Oh, that's non-sup. Okay. Side note, there's I had this on randomly. There's some non-supercell index up here east of Britt, around the North Bay area. And what that means is you could see a little bit of funnel cloud development up there, but there's not really any storms in the area at the moment, just down here. But could see some funnel cloud development. And thank you, Patricia, for sharing that report. So live hydro wire and trees down across the road a minute. I'm going to bring this up here on the stream. This was the photo sent to us from Daniel Davis. Thank you so much. And yeah, not great. Trees fell down there. All the trees around it seem fine. Looks like it might be a little bit of an isolated event there. Probably going to bring down some power. Probably. Oh, lightning just flickered St. Catharines power. Thank you very much. Warp Dog, appreciate it. Power out near Bob Cajun. Thank you for the report. We lost power in Peterborough today, just an hour, then came back on. Awesome. Ours was out and pretty much the entire city. Now it's back on in Peterborough. Cool. Thank you, Mandy. Appreciate it. Back on in Peterborough. Thank you, Amanda. I missed a million comments. So I'm going to scroll. 53,000 power outages, says Dottie in Ontario. I'm sure you're seeing that from what Hydro One. Someone's talking about migraines from the low pressure. Yeah, it's pretty strong low pressure, so I could see migraines for sure happening. I missed these. Habs, of course, first on the list every time. Habs coming in with a super chat. Thank you so very much, Habs. You've been very, very supportive over the years. I can't even imagine how much you've sent over the years. It's been pretty wild. So we appreciate all of your support, Habs 316. Silly Little Goose becoming a new member. Thank you so much. A new YouTube member. Thank you kindly. Seize the Days. Love the name. YouTube member. Ottawa Nipan reporting. Or is it Nipan? Nipan? Reporting in. Thank you, team, for covering. You're very welcome. Thank you for being here. Appreciate it. Thanks again, Brianna, for that super chat as well. Habs has been very supportive over the years. My goodness. There's a few that stand out. Habs, Calgary Tech. There's a whole bunch. And so still seeing strong wins. Maybe not getting to the severe level at the moment. This thing's got a creepy little hook on it, but I don't think it's anything too significant. What is this here? Breezy, windy, cloudy from Pelham. So we'll see what that does once it heads Pelham. It's possible that it's becoming more elevated. It looked like when we saw that video from Pelham only a few minutes ago, it looked actually like it was quite elevated, so quite further up off the surface, but we'll see what it's doing here. Oh, we just got a radar update. Looks like it could be some hail heading into the Pelham area. Yeah, definitely not as strong as it was before. It was significant before. I'm probably going to pull that polygon as that continues to weaken. Shortly, we'll see. Oh, it's Nupian. Nupian. Nupian? How do you get the NU out of that? NE is NU? Nupian? Okay. Everybody agree with this from the NEPEAN area? Nupian. Is that right? Seize the Day says knee. Leo says Nipian. Nipian. So we got from new to nigh. Nepian. JDW says, love your app. Switch from TWN. Glad to support. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Even more updates coming to it. We did a huge update, but there's some people are saying like they'd wake up in the morning and it would show yesterday's data or whatever. So yeah, we got to fix that. Actually, we have fixed it, and the next update has it. See, everybody's saying, oh, Nupian. Oh, it's na? Like duh. Knee. This is impossible to pronounce anything, folks, because half of you say one thing and the other half of you say something else. Some are saying new, some are saying na, some are saying knee, and someone said nigh. That's it.
It's like the lifelong debate that goes on with Toronto and Toronto.
Toronto, Tirana. There's locals would say Tirana. Yeah, it depends on how you want to pronounce things, really. It's everybody's got a unique perspective on how to pronounce stuff. But I got 5 different options for Nupian. Nupian, Nepian, Napian, Nipian. At least the Pian part is the same. Let's see here. Funnel cloud. What? Might be a good learning experience. Let's find out. Someone said funnel cloud. Okay, perfect. Someone posted this and said funnel cloud. I don't see anything here that says funnel cloud. Not a thing. Maybe these little danglers. You might be thinking these little danglers coming down, just a little bit of dangly scud. Sometimes you can have little shear funnels, little things that spin. Funnel cloud would be a very clear cut rotating column of air. Whereas this is some dangly scud below some disorganized clouds. But thank you for the report. Nonetheless, I appreciate it. It doesn't mean stop reporting. It just means this is a learning experience for you and for everybody else. In fact, I'm really glad you posted stuff like that because I can say, no. And hopefully someone learned something from that. Now, this is a little more interesting. I don't know why this is sideways. Let's go look at this on the map, and then I can rotate it. Video, and then I can rotate it. Whoa. The sky there is pretty wild. This was in Strathroy. And looks like they're in a vortex themselves based on how fast they're spinning. Let's see here. This is interesting here. This is like anticyclonic rotation there. Or actually, no, if that's right above you, that would be cyclonic, right? Because if it's going that way, you have to picture the 3D structure. If that was right above you, then that actually would be cyclonic, even though it looks like it's anticyclonic. But if you're staring straight up at it, if it's right above you and it's going counterclockwise, if that's right above them, it looks like it's going clockwise. But if you think about this 3D structure, it's probably going counterclockwise. So that would be cyclonic. So thank you for that report. Appreciate it. That's a tricky thing sometimes. If it's right above you, then it seems like it's spinning the other way, but it's spinning the right way. Storm's coming into London looking pretty grumpy. Could see some pretty strong winds in there, maybe. Lots of lightning. Torrential rain. The huge. Looks like they did extend that severe thunderstorm warning to Niagara Falls. Still seeing some high values in here. Not too high. 67 kilometers an hour. That one's 83. So there's still some risk for damaging winds, especially with this little pocket right here that is going basically through Pelham to the southeast towards Montrose, Chippewa area. Seems to be going that away. I think I'm going to get rid of my significant damaging wind polygon, though, because the stuff that we saw earlier has weakened considerably, although it could strengthen again. So let's hang on that just for a little bit as this storm tracks into New York State. Do I think baseball will be canceled in Goderich? Okay.
By the way, Environment Canada has extended the severe thunderstorm watch into the Ottawa Valley that includes Smith Falls, Brockville, Cornwall, and Ottawa.
Okay. Interesting. And Franktown is really picking up on some big winds here. Like huge near Tweed, 111 kilometers an hour. That's not good. And right on that storm. And this was we were talking about Madoc. Someone's like, check in on Madoc. Yeah, Madoc actually looks really strong. Sorry, my apologies on that. I think I said the storms weren't too strong up there, but they're actually quite strong now that I've actually looked. Does not look as strong from the US radar at all. It looks much more tame. I don't know who's closer. I think Franktown is probably closer to that storm. Let's see what Buffalo looks like. Buffalo is actually parallel, and it is really picking up on the strong winds. Substantial winds, actually. That's all under my polygon, though, which is good. My polygon says severe thunderstorm potential. But this is really starting to ramp up now to a point. It kind of looked like noise before, but it's getting a lot more organized right here. Yeah, a heck of a lot more organized right near Madoc, Tweed. And let's go actually storm relative velocity. I wonder if that's from rotation. It might be right there. Right towards Tweed. Let's see what tilt 2 looks like. Tilt 3. Tilt 2. Tilt 1. Let's go to regular velocity. Oh. I don't like the look of this at all. Okay. The Tweed area probably needs to be taking shelter with that one. It looks quite strong. Which one's the real Tweed here? Two of them. Anyways, doesn't matter. It's expanding both of them. I'm going to say something. Probably significant damaging winds. Let me look at reflectivity because that's the only thing that's really making sense today. Significant damaging winds and minor rotation, I think I'm going to go with. Maybe stretch this out a little bit more. Yeah, I think that's probably fine. All right. Significant damaging winds and minor rotation. Let me copy that headline before I lose it. I'll go to that minor rotation. We've detected significant damaging. Darn it. Damaging wind gusts and minor rotation on the storm. Near Tweed, traveling east-northeast at 70 kilometers an hour, blah, 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 yada, yada, yada. That looks good. I'm going to go red. And I'm going to do that for 2 hours because I made the polygon pretty big. Yeah. All right. Need more water. That's good. Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, that one looks strong. Especially if you look back from Buffalo, which is parallel to the winds. It really looks quite potent from a distance.
Yeah, I see you're noticing it too. I was just saying. The radar seems to be loading slow.
Interesting. Interesting. Oh, okay, we're back. I just refreshed and we're back. And we're back. All right, let me check Exeter. Yeah, if the radar's ever loading slow, just refresh. It doesn't always solve it, but sometimes it does. Mm-hmm. Goddard storm looks interesting. 15% severe wind risk on that one. little bit of disconnected velocity there. I wonder if that could be a little bit of a downburst signature. Whoa. Somebody got a gustnado near Strathroy? Oh, it was Mark. Interesting. I was watching a video with, looks like Mark Robinson picked up a gustnado on the front of that storm. It's typically not a dangerous thing, but it can get pretty darn windy inside of them. And that was on the Strathroy part. What's a gustnado? It's basically just it's a swirl at the front. So when you have the like shelf cloud moving in, you can have these little kick ups, these little eddies that kick up at the surface, and typically they're sub severe, so they're less than 90 km/h winds, but they can look pretty impressive. They can look like a tornado because you can see basically this is a swirl. You know, you see like a swirl of dirt. But unless you're an expert, I wouldn't be trying to figure out if it's a gustnado or a tornado. If you see something swirling, you might not want to be out there. Yeah, this is still looking pretty strong northwest of Kingston here. Pretty darn strong indeed. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Good. Goddard storm is looking pretty interesting. Maybe not. It's kind of catching my eye, though. So much for the Grand Bend notification. It needs to be long gone. We'll scrap that. Where was that? That was at Lambton Shores, Grand Bend. Let's get rid of that one. I think we'll probably scrap the St. Catharines one, but let's just look at radar again. Thank you, Miss Mux Oxen. Appreciate it. All this weather is making me hungry. That's funny. Seems like a network glitch or something. Let's actually zoom back and... Oh, there we go. We got some videos from the Niagara Falls area with that storm. Let's take a look here. Here's London. Some low-hanging scud coming down from those storms there. This is looking pretty scuddy over here. Scud is like a false funnel. A lot of people see scud and they think it's a funnel cloud, but it's not rotating. So if you see like something dangling from a storm, but it's not actually spinning, it's just kind of floating there, maybe slightly rotating, then that would be scud. I'll take a look at that, Brennan. I get a chance here. This is from Ottawa. A little bit of rain. Thank you for the report. This is from Niagara Falls. There's that storm coming to Niagara Falls. Thankfully, it weakened considerably before it got there. That just looks like heavy rain on an angle and a bit of wind there. Nothing too substantial. This is from Woodstock here. Lots of rain at the moment. Thank you for the report. Appreciate it. Brennan wanted me to take a look at the Woodstock storm. Here's from Welland. Yeah, they might have got a bit more elevated as they moved into Niagara because it looks like they're pretty far up off the ground. But even with elevated storms, you can still get some pretty strong winds. This is from Thorold earlier. Whoa. No, we're starting to get into some sideways rain there in Thorold, Ontario. And that was in Niagara area, I believe. Mm-hmm. Whoa, hold on a minute. Wait a minute. Go back to what you were filming there at the start. No, go back to this. What is this? I'll have to go frame by frame here. A little bit of swirl going on here. A little swirly. Looks pretty calm, though. Not from London. Thank you for the report. All right, let's go back and look at radar here. Here's Tavistock. Pretty elevated. Higher up off the ground. Let's go take a look at that Woodstock storm. Got a kind of a little weak, kind of hooky thing here, but not much is going on velocity-wise, at this point at least. That storm coming into London right now looks like it could be bringing in some pretty gusty winds. That's a pretty big blanketed severe thunderstorm warning. Let's see what the mesoanalysis looks like for VTP. There's a little bit of VTP down here. Level of 1. So this is Southwestern Ontario is definitely the area to keep an eye out. This area down here. Yeah, this part is interesting here. I see that, Brennan. That one in the east looks wild. Yeah, this pocket right here is probably the most interesting part near Delaware. Could maybe start to see some more organized rotation on that as it tracks to the east. So we got to keep an eye on this one. That was a 217, so we should be getting a radar update pretty soon with that one. I would assume. Whoa. Aaronsville, 107 kilometers an hour from Franktown, heading over towards Tamworth. Could be some pretty darn strong winds here. And maybe some embedded rotation back there near Tweed. It could just be noise. See what Tilt 2 is doing. Tilt 2 is a noisy mess too. Tilt 3, Tilt 4, Tilt 5. This is an interesting signature here. Let's see what the storm relative velocity looks like on these storms. Interesting. See what US radar is talking about here. US radar does a lot better in high shear environments. Unfortunately, the scan strategy that Environment Canada has implemented is not the greatest for high shear environments. And what happens in high shear environments? Spinny. And so it's very tricky to read Canadian radar. Extremely difficult. It's like decoding a puzzle sometimes. Starting to see some stronger winds here near Clinton, southeast of Goderich. This one's starting to ramp up a bit. Yeah. Little bit of a kind of a downbursty signature heading towards Seaforth here. Maybe down towards Mitchell. Let me go look at reflectivity. It's probably going the other way. Like it's been doing all day. Kind of. I think that polygon's pretty good. Maybe just slightly this way, like the storm track suggests. It was trying to push to the south, though. It's just messing with my head. Okay, here we go. Whoa, seen some really crazy winds at what looks like a golf course. And someone said in Hamilton. Yeah, and a bit of wind damage there. And that was it. Someone said that was from Hamilton. What time though? Okay. Steve, can you ask what time? Let's see here. Southeast of Goderich, near Clinton. Yeah, near Clinton, traveling east southeast. Damaging wind gusts are possible. As the winds continue to increase with this storm. That's at 228. Damaging wind and hail risk. I'm going to go orange, and I'm going to go an hour and a half. Hamilton's clear right now. Yeah, this must have been from earlier. How's London doing, everybody? Looks pretty wet. That storm's going through Niagara Falls, and it'll eventually move out into New York State. I gotta use my shirt trick here where I have a shirt below my wrist so that my wrist doesn't get super tired by using this mouse all day. Yeah, it's still not liking what I'm seeing over here towards Tamworth. Looks like really strong winds in there. And I believe I said a bit of minor rotation on that one, didn't I? Yeah. Some really kind of broad rotation going through Niagara. This is a little more interesting right here, northeast of Welland, right in this pocket. You think? Let's see what tilt 2 is looking like. Looks like that's moving out into the U.S. now, at least the most interesting part of it. From the Niagara area. I'm going to get rid of that polygon now, the Niagara polygon I had earlier. That one.
There's a new severe warning that was just issued for Lake Simcoe area with some developing cells heading into York region.
Thank you, Brennan. Yeah, there's a bit of a merger up here near Sutton. You can see these storms merge. This one up here and this one here by Baldwin. You can see them come together and merge into one. Into one. I was going to put more to that sentence, but let's go with into one. I see. Okay. All right. Yeah, some decent storms southeast of Lake Simcoe there. That's interesting up here. Right on that notch. Let's see what tilt 2 looks like. Interesting. Now that could be because of the merge of those storms. There's a little bit of minor rotation right here near Maple Beach, northeast of Pefferlaw. So we need to keep an eye on that one. Let's see what it does in the next frame. Where is that? South Wold. I'll take a look there, Steve. Looks like we did get a new frame here. That Iona area looks interesting. Someone said wall cloud on that, actually. Rotation. Oh, yeah. That is rotating for sure. That's Dutton Dunwich area. Definitely seen some rotation from the Dutton Dunwich area. You can see the motion in there for sure. Look at that thing spinning. Whoa. And that was on this storm right here. And it looks even stronger now. If I go to storm relative velocity, I'm going to do a polygon on this one heading towards Port Stanley, it looks like. Yep. Maybe like that. Looks like. I'm going to do minor rotation on that one. That video looked pretty good, though. 24 kilometers southwest of St. Thomas near West Lorne. I would say more like Iona, Wallacestown, near Wallacestown. Wallacestown? Tracking to the east, southeast, towards Lake Erie. That looks good to me. I don't think 2 hours is necessary here. Let's go an hour. An hour is probably not even necessary. All right, sending out a push to those who use our free app. If you don't have our free app, you can download it at instantweatherapp.com. Instantweatherapp.com. It's also this little tiny little couplet here. Little QLCS spin up here. Near heading towards Talbotville and St. Thomas. Might disappear on the next frame, but I think it's worth mentioning minor rotation on that one too. And that's the one that Steve pointed out to me here. Minor rotation, 8.5 kilometers northwest of St. Thomas. Traveling east-southeast at 87 kilometers an hour. And that's at 2:37 blue. Let's go an hour 15. Oh, is that the next frame? The next frame, it has weakened. Tilt 2 still got some stuff going on. Yeah, that has weakened. Never mind. I love the fact that we have that now where it beeps when I know there's a new radar. So it beeps to let me know there's a new radar frame, which is great because I'm in the middle of just about to send out a minor rotation, and then I go beep, and I'm like, oh, let me take a look. Oh, the minor rotation vanished. Never mind. Love that. The rotation heading east towards Port Stanley right now, though, that we saw in that video is actually looking even more robust. And you can't really see it unless you look at storm relative velocity, which only exists for Canada with Instant Weather Pro. I'm sure someone's going to rip us off at some point in time, but which I hope they do. I sincerely hope they rip us off with that because everybody needs storm relative velocity. But pretty much every other pro radar app out there is made in the US. And I don't know how important storm relative velocity on Canadian radar is to those developers, you know? And I hope they, at some point in time, find the time to be able to do that so that everybody can have storm relative velocity no matter what software you're using here. But yeah, storm relative velocity from Canadian radar is picking up on that rotation there. There is another little pocket of rotation here south of Southwold, right there. It's kind of weak. Only really being picked up by SRV. Check over Curry's, Ontario. Oh, Norwich. So many locations saved here. Hold on. I need to trash a bunch of them. Trash. Oh my goodness. There we go. Oh, I see. Yeah, some strong winds in there, at least southeast of Woodstock. Yeah, there's some pretty strong winds in there. When I go to storm relative velocity, it looks pretty broad. Check different radars. Okay. Yeah, it's pretty decent from Buffalo. And let's see it from Exeter. Oh, we just did. Let's see it from King. Sorry about me moving around the map so much, folks. Yeah, I mean, King's talking about maybe some elevated rotation there. Not that amazing yet, and it's kind of tucked in the middle of the storm. So we'll keep an eye on that one. Appreciate the heads up on that one. Suds. 6% tornado risk on it, so it's not nothing. How was that London storm? Everybody got tons of reports out of London. We got a couple of different little pockets here of this little tiny bit of QLCS rotation here up by Broccoli. Tilt 2 helps you kind of see which one's actually interesting. Because if it's supported on Tilt 2, I might go minor rotation on this whole line because this whole line's got like little spin ups. It's like one of those QLCS moments. It reminds me of Winnipeg. I'm going to go like from here to here along our existing minor rotation polygon. I'll just do a new one. Let me see here. I'd stretch that up to Norwich. Make this a pretty big polygon, actually. My polygon just keeps getting bigger. Okay. I think I'm going to do that. I'm just going to say minor rotation detected. We detected minor rotation on radar with this line of, we detected several small areas of minor rotation on radar with this line of storms. Tracking north of thunderstorms located north of Lake Erie up to London, tracking actually up to Woodstock, tracking east, tracking to the east. And that's at 244. Just gonna let that whole area know that this is one of those tricky circumstances because when you have these QLCS spin ups, you got a line of storms. All of a sudden, this has a little pocket rotation. That has a little pocket rotation. The next frame, it's gone. Or sometimes it goes 2 frames and then it gets strong enough and then you have a little touchdown. It's like really tricky with these situations. And now we have this little pocket right here, south of St. Thomas near Norman. And these little pockets we can call out even more so because that's rotation detected for sure. Right here. If you're in Norman, White's area, I'd be taking shelter with that one. That one's looking a lot more potent than the others. I might even say tornado potential on that. Let's take a look at Tilt 2. Okay, Tilt 2 is not that amazing. What about storm relative velocity? Really showing it off. Yeah, and that's going which way? That is the second frame of that one, too. And there's a tiny little hook on it. Over towards Candyville. Something like that. I want to make it a little wider. I wouldn't be entirely surprised if Environment Canada did a tornado warning on that one. I'm going to go orange and go rotation detected. We detected rotation on radar with a storm 3.8 kilometers southwest of St. Thomas. That's right. Traveling to the east. I'll just say to the east. And that timing is 2:46, which is right. Let's go an hour and a half on that one and send it. If you're in this particular area and you didn't receive a notification from us, for example, if you're in Whites or Sparta or Candyville and you didn't receive this notification, you might be like, I'm in St. Thomas. You probably got if you're in St. Thomas and you didn't get our minor rotation notification about this whole line of storms having embedded rotation in it, then you probably don't have our free app and you might want to download it. It is free. You can get it at instantweatherapp.com. It's getting a little bit more organized over here near Curry's, southeast of Woodstock. It's actually looking more like kind of a downburst signature here. 71. Yeah, that's getting quite strong right there. Heading down towards Norwich. Norwich is about to get some pretty strong winds. Now let's look at reflectivity. It's probably going the opposite way. Let's see. Oh, no, it's going the right way. Okay. Right down towards Norwich. Let's back this up a bit. Make this a little bit bigger. Make sure exactly which way it's going. Whoopsie. Maybe a little bit more to the south, I think. Maybe. Norwich and maybe down towards Simcoe. I'm going to say minor rotation, but I'm going to make it mainly about the winds here. Damaging wind risk and minor rotation detected. We've detected damaging wind risk. Damaging wind risk and minor rotation on radar with a storm located 6.7 kilometers south of Woodstock, traveling southeast at 24 kilometers an hour. I don't know if it's 24 kilometers an hour, but traveling southeast.
While you work on that, I want to jump in and show something with that Lake Simcoe cell on IW Storm Risk. It actually has a 14% tornado risk.
Interesting.
And that's tracking into Pefferlaw, Brock, Cresswell, Woodville, eventually Lindsay.
Yay.
I know Alana's psyched for all the rain.
He is psyched. All right, I'm sitting down. It's time to sit down for this, I think. Justin says, do we have a Discord server yet? Well, we have a Discord server. We just don't have a public one yet. So the answer would be no. In time, maybe. We'll see. It's time to stretch it out. 15 people down there have our text message alerts. You can get them at textmessagealerts.com. And it is a subscription service. I think it's like $4.49 a month or something. Something like that. Another storm going through Sarnia at the moment. Looks like. Or just south of Sarnia. Through the Corunna area. Let me just refresh this here. A lot of storms. All right. Let me see. First thing that jumps out to me is this right here. Yeah, multiple frames of it too. Right there. Or multiple, sorry, multiple tilts is what I meant to say. Interesting. Heading up towards Alderman County. Might want to go minor rotation on this one, unless that's not inside my giant polygon. I don't think it is. Okay. I'm going to do minor on that one. And some strong winds heading over towards Smithville as well right now again. So this is minor rotation. Well, we'll see where it puts it here. What does it say? 27 kilometers south of Stony Creek near Binbrook. What? Deja vu. I see. No, it's getting it wrong. So it's actually near west of Cayuga. Cayuga. West of Cayuga. Traveling east-northeast. That's right. And of course, there's a radar update just as I'm about to do it. No, that was for a different radar. Okay. And that's blue, and we'll go an hour and a half. Brennan, can you take over for a few minutes, please?
Yeah, for sure.
Thank you.
So we continue to watch these storms. Adam just put a rotation detected polygon on it. He put damaging winds and minor rotation detected, and those are going into Norwich, Waterford, Delhi, and Simcoe. I'm going to take a look at those cells that are coming in from Michigan here that Environment Canada put a severe thunderstorm warning for the Sarnia area. It's like the second or third severe warning that Sarnia's had today.
Just gonna jump in and mention Mark Robinson is near Strathroy, and he's spotted a gustnado.
Yeah, I believe we were talking about that earlier, unless it's a new one.
It's a new one. It just got posted a minute ago.
Okay. I'll take a look at that Strathroy cell in a second. It looks like the strongest risk with this storm that's tracking into Sarnia is severe hail. Instant Weather Pro Storm Risk has a 40% chance of severe hail, as well as a 22% chance of severe wind and 7% tornado potential there. Definitely looks like some strong winds tracking through the Corona area, Collinville, Lucasville, eventually Moore Center, Petrolia. Those storms are heading into your direction. I wonder if he just reposted that video, because I think it's probably the similar one that we saw earlier, because he said it was near Strathroy too. I don't see any storms in the Strathroy area, so I'm gonna guess he probably reposted it. This storm that's impacting northern New York region into portions of Corfa Lakes continues to look quite strong, with damaging wind gusts possible, as well as Let me see what the Environment Canada warning says. So 90-kilometer-hour wind gusts, loony-sized hail, and locally heavy rainfall up to 50 millimeters possible. I would say that could be even more eventually, because that storm's kind of just training over that area for like the last 30 minutes and doesn't look like it's going to stop. So we could definitely see some flooding in this area. And this isn't the only storm this area has seen today. We're also watching these storms in eastern Ontario. This one near Smith Falls has continued to catch my eye. It's very messy on velocity data, but when you look at it from further away with the KTWS radar, there is some... Yeah. Oh, yes. I think that might need a rotation notification on it. It's been there, but it hasn't been as prominent as it was in that last frame that just came in right there, just north of Smith Falls. So I'm gonna do a polygon on that one. Bear with me for a moment. Create track. It's going that way. Make sure I got the right location for it. So I'm just doing a notification on this cell that's going just north of Smith Falls. It's eventually going to move into southern portions of Ottawa. Does seem to be a bit of... Just making sure I have the right... I think that's perfect. Go rotation detected on that. Don't need rainfall. Just make sure I got the right location. I'll just go north of Smith Falls, located traveling northeast towards, see what location it is heading towards. Kind of like Franktown area. Say southern Ottawa. Go, we detect your rotation on radar with the storm located north of Smith Falls, traveling northeast towards Franktown and southern sections of Ottawa. Rotation on radar indicates the potential for this storm to produce a tornado in its lifespan. It may also have the risk for damaging wind gusts, hail, isolated flooding, and frequent lightning. Please be safe in the path of this storm. To notification, that one. Perfect. So got a polygon on that storm. Just gonna refresh here. In case you're just joining us, my name is Brennan. I'm filling in for Adam for a few minutes while he takes a break, but he'll be back shortly. But until then, I will keep you updated on the storms. This one that's heading just north of Smith Falls continues to look quite strong. I just did a polygon on it, and it's heading into the Monteague area, just east of Franktown here. And that will eventually make its way into the southern portions of Ottawa. We'll keep a close eye on it, how it develops. So while we've looked at that, I'm going to take a quick glance at the storms that we're watching around Lake Simcoe. Nothing standing out to me with velocity here right now, but it is fairly noisy with the velocity. Let me look at it from a Buffalo radar. That can give us a bit better, cleaner look at what the storm is doing higher up. Doesn't look too impressive. Environment Canada does have the severe thunderstorm warning in effect. I guess that is mainly for the flooding potential with this storm, but it still could bring some strong wind gusts. Let's look at what the instant weather storm risk has. 20%, not 20%, 12% severe wind risk, 4% tornado risk, 4% severe hail. So wind seems to be the major concern, as well as heavy rain with this storm, and that's tracking into northern sections of York and Durham region, as well as the Kawartha Lakes region around Lindsay. So we'll keep an eye on how that storm is developing, and we're watching continuing developing storms to the southeast of London here. The strongest area seems to be with the storms heading into the Norwich area, Norfolk County, Simcoe. Please be on high alert in that area. It looks like there could be some strong wind gusts tracking into Norwich. So if you're in the Norwich area and it's safe to do so, let us know what the wind is like in your area. We're watching these storms that had rotation on them, but they're starting to head out over Lake Erie. This one looks interesting. It could be producing a water spout right now, just off the shoreline south of Port Bruce. Based on what it's moving southeast, so it's not a threat to land. But it definitely could be having. Try it here. You can see it. It's moving southeast, so it's going to continue over water. But if you're looking out from Port Bruce, you may see a water spout over Lake Erie. IW's Stormraz continues to be quite excited by this storm that's heading through the Petrolia area. I'm just refreshing so I can click on it. 36% severe wind risk. Although I wonder if it might be getting over-exaggerated by, because it looked quite strong behind the storm, which might be a bit of noise. And these are making their way into Petrolia, Alvin, and you're back.
And we're back.
Just
What'd I
wanted to
miss?
fill you in on something I did in Eastern Ontario. I did a polygon on the Smith Falls storm because a few frames ago, I'll show you it here. It's gotten a bit messy now. You can see
I see it.
right
Yeah.
here.
Yeah, I see it. You went
So I
what?
did
Rotation detected?
yes.
It's still. Hold on. Was there a newer update? There is still something here by Rosedale, and it's got a little bit of a tail there. So that's interesting. What's the percentages? 32% tornado risk on it too. Holy. Yeah, good call on that rotation. I agree with you on that one. And actually, look at it from U.S. radar. Got a pretty potent signal from the U.S. Let's see what it looks like. It's really close to that radar, though. Let's see what it looks like from Blainville. And Blainville's picking up on it as well. For sure. Yeah, good call. It seems like it's moving more east. Like it was kind of going to the northeast, but yeah, I guess it's still going to be heading up here towards Andrewsville. It might just be sneaking out of your polygon, so I'm going to do another one here. Like this, up towards Kempville. Let's see. Yeah, right through Smith Falls. And now heading up towards Kempville. So I think I'll do something like this. Stretch it out a bit. Oh, and the next frame, it vanished. Even though there's even more of a hook right here. But that velocity has vanished. Let's go to storm relative velocity. Let's go to tilt 2. All right, I'm going to hold off on that until that kicks it up. But yeah, the percentage on it is crazy. 32% tornado risk on that. Huh. We'll hold up for a frame on that one. Thank you, Brennan. Appreciate it. Okay. Some storms coming over Lake Huron towards the Goderich area. Couple of little interesting spots there and there. Nancy Wilson with a super chat. Thank you so very much. Remember to like posts and consider super chats. Thank you, Nancy. It's very, very kind of you. We'd appreciate it if you could like the stream. It tells YouTube and it tells Facebook and it tells Twitch that you're liking what you're seeing, and then they will show it to other people, which is a useful thing. Especially considering, our goal has always been to raise awareness about tornadoes and severe weather, and we can do that by reaching more people, and we can reach more people, substantially more people, if you like the stream and actually click the like button on the stream, and then, of course, share it with your friends and family and stuff. That helps a lot. We'd appreciate it. Yeah, Smith Falls is fine right now. You're good. The strongest part of that is actually past Smith Falls. Brenda says, we appreciate you so much. Love your channel. Thank you so much, Brenda. Thank you kindly. And instant weather is Canadian. That's right. Guilty. We are Canadian. Eh? I don't like what I'm seeing right down here near Enniskillen. That signature and that hook. Let's go to tilt 1. Tilt 1 does not look as intimidating. But tilt 2 looks somewhat problematic. Let's go to storm relative velocity. Is that really giving us much? Not really. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. 11% tornado risk on this one. I think I might want to go minor on the Petrolio one. Yeah, I think I will. On this right here. Just a little one. Oh, 1 second here. Oh, I'm getting the call. Hold on a second here. Mm-hmm. 1 second here. Okay. Oh, did we just get a radar update? I don't know. Yeah, tilt 2 is enough for me to say minor rotation on this one. And this is basically south near Cromar, southwest of Petrolia, tracking to the southeast. Let's see what it says. Okay. Minor rotation. 20 kilometers southeast of Sarnia. Southwest of Petrolia, traveling southeast. Okay. That's at 3:12. Gonna go blue in an hour and a half. Send it. Jennifer says, my girls love on really active days because Adam starts going, oh boy. Like, how far back is this person's live stream? We were talking about that area like an hour ago. Everybody, please, when you're watching live stream, look at the very, very bottom left of the screen. Down, which way? Down that way. The very, very bottom left of the stream. It says the time. If the time is not similar to your time, then you might want to refresh the stream. It always blows my mind when people are like talking about stuff that we're talking about an hour ago. Like, your stream must be way behind. Rotation near Arthur. I'll take a look, Kirk. Thank you. On that storm? Really? This, maybe? There might be a very, very soft, weak little rotation pocket there. I'm not super excited about it, but it's worth keeping an eye on. So thanks for the heads up on that. I appreciate it. That Clinton polygon can go now. Yeah, these, I got to start doing the polygons at lesser times here. Where was the Clinton one? Clinton, delete. There we go. How's our Lake Simcoe storm doing? Looks wet. Oh, this one's interesting. This one east of Aurelia. Near Uphill. There's a little hook right here. That little hook. And then you see right in that little hook a little couplet. Now, if I go back to regular velocity, it's hard to see. That's why storm relative velocity is your friend. Just not when you're looking for strong winds. If you're looking for strong winds, you want to always be on regular velocity, and you want to be on a radar that is parallel to the storm. But you want to be on a radar for rotation perpendicular to storm, and storm relative velocity can really bring stuff out like that. We go to tilt 2. What do we got? Okay. Tilt 3. That's interesting. Now that might be merging with the other storm. Okay, it kind of merged and then it kind of split. And now it is separate. Which way is the storm going? It's actually kind of going to the east towards Uphill. Storm's kind of going uphill towards Uphill. I think I might do I might at least get a polygon ready because we have like 2 minutes until we get a new frame here. I'm going to get a little polygon ready on that one. 35 kilometers southeast of Gravenhurst. Near what? West of Uphill. Near Uphill. Traveling east of 41 kilometers an hour. I think I might just go and send that. Let's do 1 hour. 28 people. Sending it. Sorry, just looking through the comments here. All right, Uphill got a minor rotation notification. Thank you, KFG, for being a YouTube member for 2 months. Appreciate it. Thank you, everyone, for your support. Really does help. This is the St. Thomas storm from earlier. Quite a smooth wall, smooth shelf cloud on that one. Very smooth. Storm coming into Goderich doesn't look as interesting in the latest frame. This one looks interesting, but it's over the water. But will it actually affect? No, it's heading to the southeast. All right, I need a new song. Saints Go Marching In is just, it just doesn't have the same pep it once did. That's definitely showing rotation there. Still 2 doesn't look amazing though. Oh, wait. We just got a new frame. Oh, we just did get a new frame. And it's gone. Although all right. 1 second. Ben Chernesky is saying that the smoke is cleared out for Calgary, and it's having little effect on surface heating today. That's interesting. Interesting development over there. This is just turning into a big washout over here. Excuse me. Winds look actually quite strong down here if you look at the Blainville radar. And that is parallel to those winds. Now, this is perpendicular from the U.S. radar, so it's not really picking up on them as well. But the stuff up here by Kempville, it's really picking up on some strong stuff. Just a sneaky little 109 kilometer an hour and 148 kilometer an hour in there. Sneaky, sneaky. Not seeing that, though, from the Canadian radar, which is right beside that storm. So that was probably pretty high up in the air where those winds are. Good. Let's go take a look at some reports. Pretty smoky there in Saskatchewan right now. This is north of Grenville. Some low danglers there. Or sorry, North Grenville. Thank you for that report. Appreciate it. Here's Norfolk County. That couch isn't doing so well. Some rain, thank you. This is Scugog, Scugog from April. Yes, that's where the clouds are. Thank you. I don't know if she's talking in this video or not, but it seems like she is. I've got it all muted though. Yeah, that's definitely clouds over there. Correct. I think maybe she's telling me that they're kind of rotating over there. Yeah. Thank you for that report. Appreciate it. This is Aaron, Ontario. Getting dark and low hanging here. Thank you for taking that from the passenger seat. Appreciate it. Another one from Aaron. Getting wet. Thank you. I was at 316 a little while ago. Here's where is this from? Lincoln, Ontario. Seeing some flooding. Is that what I think it is for flooding? Yeah, that car must have been. Oh, that car got stuck in the water. Oh, look at the flooding, Brendan. That's crazy flooding from Lincoln, Ontario. There. Here, I'll copy that and throw it in team chat if you want to repost that. Thank you to Mikhail M-I-K. I'll put it in here. M-I-K-E-A-L from. You can see where it's from. Yeah, look at that car basically in the water. I guess it's getting towed out by the tow truck there. Oh my goodness. That sucks. Sorry to hear. This person's obviously driving and filming, so please don't do that. If you could avoid that moving forward, that would be great. Stay safe, folks. We don't want you. I know you really want to send us reports, and we really appreciate you sending them, but we do not want you to send them while you're driving. Please pull over safely. Take a quick video. It takes 2 seconds. That's a pretty gnarly looking sky there. And that is from Didi. Thank you, Didi, from Innisfil. Thank you for that report. Appreciate it. Pretty amazing having eyes across the nation here from all your wonderful people sending us all these reports. This is West Elgin. Grumpy looking sky. Thank you. This is from Smith Falls. Wow. Smith Falls looks pretty organized actually there on that storm. This is from Rideau Lakes. That is pretty wet. Looks like we do have some tree damage from London. That tree might be kind of dead there. Where is that? Harlock? Definitely some rising scud this person is filming. Quite the time lapse. Check this out from Sally Rhodes. Bring this up on the stream. Look at this time lapse. You really start to see some rising scud right here, which is actually fairly concerning. You can see it over there. Actually, we're playing the video on both. That is, you're getting close to it turning into a wall cloud there. Some rising scud, maybe a little bit of a funnel almost. Yeah, that's interesting. And where was that? Over Harlock. A little bit of tree damage there in London. Thank you for sharing. Sorry to hear. Someone said there's a wall cloud here in North Perth. I know. Kind of has that look. All right. Where was that again? Harlock? Where's Harlock? Okay. Storm coming into Goderich area, Bayfield area, starting to look a bit grumpy there. Back into the southeast. Let's go take a look at these ones down here. Thank you, Bren. Thank you, Alana. I need a new song. Bow, bow, bow. Bow, 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 down, bow, boom, boom, boom. Went to the zoo, boom, boom, just the other day. Saw the kangaroo, boom, 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 boom. Sing, boom, 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 boom. Bear cat. My old band opened for David Wilcox one time downtown at was it Beaver Fest, I think, downtown Barrie. That was pretty cool. There's something about that crowd was amazing. They were just so energetic. It was amazing. That may have been the best show I think I've maybe ever played. Just from the reaction of the crowd. Like after our first song, it was silent for like half a second, and then the most eruptive scream. I was just like, whoa. It like pushed me back. I was like, holy, this crowd is ready to rock. It was awesome. Was anybody at that show? Anybody from Barrie? Remember that one? Melissa says we need a catalog of Adam's ADHD radio. I mean, I come from a long line of DJs. Does that matter? Probably. Probably where I get it. There's still a little something going on in that uphill area. Something going on right there. Brantford, the trees are crazy, says Jack. Thank you. Major flood in St. Catharines on Ontario Street. Thank you, Chasen. Appreciate it. Joanne says, I wish I could stop shaking. Joanne, take a deep breath. It's all good. All good. We got you. At least 3 feet deep. That's not good. At least the heat wave stopped, says Crafty. Yeah, things are going to go back up again. You know, everything happens in cycles, right? Speaking
I
of
think
cycles,
Brennan had a special forecast planned for tomorrow. Don't know if he's still planning that.
oh,
Oh, are
Regarding
you
what?
talking about my pumpkin spice forecast for tomorrow?
Oh no.
I wasn't going to ruin the surprise, but yes.
Well, I kind of hinted at it in my forecast from last night. But tomorrow we're looking at daytime highs like struggling to get to 20 degrees in southern Ontario.
Wow. And then was it by the weekend or after the weekend it goes back up again?
Yeah, it returns back to seasonal levels like by like Friday or Saturday.
It's getting loud in Brantford, says Miss Wilson. $16 only. That is cool. Jude says, love the pumpkin spice, but not yet. I agree. Not yet. Middle of July. It's a bit early.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of pumpkin spice, but even for me, it's a bit early. I'd
But
give
that
it
won't
to
stop
like
you.
the end of August, and that will be fine with me.
Okay, can we at least get through September before the pumpkin spice? Like, let's have the calendar
Agreed.
say fall first.
Agreed. Darcy says, better than Timbit Hale. True. Chris says, this channel is way better than watching the Blue Jays. Just saying. Oh, no.
I mean, considering how they've been playing lately,
Pretty rough.
the bar is very, very low.
How can you go from like one play away from, not even one play, 1 inch away from like winning the World Series to this season? That is a rough turnaround.
That's sports for you, though.
True. It's a big team. There's a lot of moving parts, right? Matt says, can we treat pumpkin spice like politics and we just don't talk about it?
Okay, yeah, I am on board with that.
I don't think that's gonna fly with me.
These Eastern Ontario storms, potentially the strongest of the bunch right now. Well, maybe a little hiccup in the loading there. Let me refresh. And says, this channel is so addictive. I found you during active weather on Saturday. Tuned back in for the Alberta storms that evening. And here I am back again. Great job, guys. Thanks so much. Appreciate it. Chris says, Leafs aren't much better. Watch the hate flow now. We'll see what this season brings. It's sure making some interesting
Go Habs,
changes.
go.
I know. Atlanta loves the Habs. We got Bobrovsky. Got McKenna. Pew, pew, pew. We'll see. See how this goes.
And a 60-year drought? Is that correct? 60 or 59?
It was 67, I think they won it. Correct me if I'm wrong. Surprisingly enough, I didn't watch a single game last season. I was just too busy. I was way too busy. And then I'm like, it turns out that was the season to miss.
That's how I've been feeling about the Jays this year. I've been so
Just
busy,
about to
like
say.
almost every day. It's like I don't even have time to like put it on in the background and really pay enough attention to it. And it's like, I'm not missing much.
Doesn't seem like you're missing much. I think I watched one game. I was like, Brendan's always watching, Alana's always watching it. I want to be part of this cool club. And I watched one game and I was just like, oof, what's happening?
Yeah, welcome to Team Heartbreak.
Yeah, Brendan's still new to the whole sports thing, so he's got a lot to learn.
Yeah, this was like the worst year to become a bandwagon fan.
This is looking pretty grumpy over here near, where is it near? Ennetville? Why is this being so... Stop it. There we go. It looked better on that frame. It still looks interesting right here. Might be a bit of merging going on with this one. This is west of Acton. Bunch of reports coming in. Let me see here. Hmm. Sully, I did catch that. Thank you. Yeah, that little gustnado. Nancy says she thinks she got a warning from Ottawa. Did they extend that warning?
Yeah, they extended it into Ottawa earlier.
Well, look at this from Halton Hills. Quite a shelf. Now, in this video, there was one, I don't know if you noticed it, but there was one tiny part of this video that to me was the most interesting. And the person who sent it in, and Angelic. Oh, I think I know who Angelic is. When you were filming this, you got to this part of the storm, and I was like, "Oh my goodness! I really hope you focus in on this." And then you just like got to it, and then just panned away. I'm like, "No!" That is to me, that's starting to get to wall cloud potential, where it's lowering from the base of the storm. So that was actually the most interesting thing of this video. So if you see dark clouds hanging towards the ground and you're filming, please try to focus in on those. But thank you for that report. Appreciate it. In my mind, I'm like, pan back. Pan back. Decent little hail core heading into the areas, kind of maybe the Grand Bend area again here. Maybe to a little bit to the north. Excuse me. To the bear cat. Boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, so they extended that severe thunderstorm warning into Ottawa. However, most of this storm is tracking to the east-ish. There will be some storms into Ottawa, like southern Ottawa has some right now. Could be some gusty winds in there, but it's probably mainly a flooding risk, I would assume. Let's see what the details say. Strong wind gusts and heavy rain. Yeah. And it says heavy rainfall up to locally 60 millimeters possible. So, yeah, could be some flooding for parts of eastern Ontario, potentially the Ottawa Valley and Ottawa proper, especially the concrete jungle here. Just can't handle the precipitation. Hmm. Oh, it looks like the VTP is actually ramping up pretty good in deep southwestern Ontario here. Let's go take a scroll back. By the way, is there anything else going on in the country? I'm really focused here. So is that a severe thunderstorm watch? Yeah, severe thunderstorm watch for the Calgary area. And looks like there is rainfall warning, so a little bit of flooding risk for parts of Atlantic Canada as well. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I want to show you the VTP. That's the violent tornado parameter. Basically talks about how strong an area is. These ones right here are kind of moving into that area. 5% tornado risk on that one. Let me show you the VTP here. On mesoanalysis. Yeah, you can see this red here, this 2. So these storms are moving right into a 2. VTP 2. There's a VTP 3 down here. But that is a 2 red area. So that the environment has actually increased quite a decent amount here. And those storms are moving right into that area right now. I was just watching a video of someone who said possible funnel cloud near Bradford. I don't know. It looks like a little shear funnel, maybe. Nothing too substantial. What is BTP? Sorry, V is in violent. Violent tornado parameter. If Strathmore radar is down, how do they forecast the weather? Good question. That is a good question. And Strathmore radar is down. Is that Amber Alert still active for Calgary?
As far as I'm aware, it is. Let me double check that.
It says it's going to be, the Strathmore radar is going to be out till tomorrow. So what are they going to do here? I don't know. I have the foggiest idea what they're going to do. Yeah, I guess they can see storms on satellite, but
Didn't they
That-
bring it back
Oh.
last time there was a severe risk?
oh yeah, we were saying that, right? Yeah. So hopefully they bring it back if something pops.
I can confirm that the Amber Alert is still active for the city of Calgary.
That's not good. Lady Esri says forecasting also focuses on models and satellite. Yeah, I think what they're getting at is how they. I think what the person was getting at is really how do they track storms if there's no radar. Reports, probably reports. Jeff says, would Bradford be visible from Barrie? No, too far. Way over the horizon. Too far. I can barely see the other side of Barrie from where I am. Thank you, Snowy. Appreciate it. Debbie says Instant Weather Pro does work with the Strathmore radar down. Yeah, but I mean, to what degree? If there's no radar there, the other radars can barely cover it. Oh, Debbie says, sorry, meant to say doesn't work. Yeah. I mean, it would, it works for other areas, but if there's no radar, there's nothing we can do. Then you're completely reliant on reports. There's nothing else. There's no data. You got reports. That's it. And again, you could see satellite. You could see the top. You could see the overall structure of the storm. But usually the anvil is way larger than the actual important part of the storm. Look at the wind over here in that report from Waterloo. Thank you for that report. Appreciate it. Bang, bang, bang. Tina says, I love the Instant Weather team. You guys and gals are the best. Thank you so much. Very kind of you. Nice to hear comments like that. Sometimes we hear some grumpy comments, so it's nice to hear the nice comments. Appreciate it. And these ones we got to keep an eye on because this environment's starting to get a little grumpy here. Got to keep a close eye on these Thamesville storms here. The Newbury storm. It's all under a severe thunderstorm warning. But what I'm talking about is keeping an eye out for rotation. Brent, I got to go put this hummus back in the fridge because it'll go bad. So you take over for just a couple minutes? Pretty please?
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Jennifer. Appreciate it. Thank you, Debbie.
Okay, well, Adam puts his hummus away and maybe gets additional snacks to chew in the microphone. I will take a look at the storms we're dealing with. So this one that's in the Uxbridge, Port Perry area continues to be severe thunderstorm warned. I believe it would be most likely for the flooding potential with this storm because it's basically been just locked in over the area for the last few minutes or last few hours. I've lost track of time. And that isn't the only storm that area has seen, so rainfall definitely adding up there. And in eastern Ontario, the main concern is this storm cluster that's moving kind of like to the northeast here, but also tracking easterly. Actual storms are moving north, but the actual cluster is tracking to the east, which is making it northeasterly movement. And the strongest storms there are moving east of Ottawa. So Ottawa's about to get a storm. You can see these cluster of storms near the Carleton Place area, Almont area, Manotick. Those are moving into the Ottawa region. Doesn't look crazy strong right now on velocity, so the strongest potentially may get some small hail as well. It looks like rainfall is our biggest threat in eastern Ontario with those severe thunderstorm warnings, and those will eventually make their way across the border into Quebec. Also watching a few developing pop-up cells that have popped up. This one near east of Wasaga Beach, tracking into the Earl Medante region. We'll see how it develops. Nothing standing out to me just yet, but it will be moving into a stronger environment as it moves into that area with the severe thunderstorm watch in effect. We're also watching a few isolated pop-up cells east of Bracebridge and Huntsville. These are moving into Haliburton region. Could be some... There was a bit of a hail core with this one just to the southeast of Dorset near Halls Lake. Could have some near severe level hail with these little pop-up cells. We're also seeing some pop-up cells up near North Bay. We're not really expecting much of a severe threat up there, but we'll see how those cells develop as they track to the southeast. where the stronger environment is located. So watching the storm that's tracking from Lake Huron into the Bayfield area, blue water. It looked a lot stronger the last few frames. You can see there's a bit of a hill core as it went into just south of Bayfield, Drysdale area. But that hill core has kind of gotten a bit weaker as it gotten closer to the shore. It's under severe thunderstorm warning from Environment Canada. I'll see what that mentions. They mention strong wind gusts, 90 kilometers an hour, and up to quarter-size hail, which seems reasonable for what this storm looks like on radar at the moment. It's like Chatham's finally getting some rain. I know Patricia, our moderator, will be happy with that. She was begging Alana to send her some of her rain, so looks like she's getting it finally. It looks stronger on Exeter radar. Let me just look from further away from the Cleveland radar. They are under severe thunderstorm warning from Environment Canada. And as not Dalton. As was highlighted by Adam earlier, there is some VTP in this general area where these Chatham-Kent storms are moving into. And it sounds like Adam is back. So I will
And we're back.
to him. What did you get to chew in the microphone this time?
I didn't get any snacks.
Oh.
I have eaten
You
my
wanted my
hummus.
forecast to bust.
I wanted your hummus. I wanted your snack cast to bust. Let's see here. That's interesting right here, northeast of Guelph. And that's actually where we saw some rotation earlier. It seems to be continuing and maybe strengthening down here, just northeast of Guelph. Now, where is the radar on this one? Okay, so it actually is perpendicular. Tilt 2 doesn't look interesting, though. So it kind of looks like it could be some noise. Might be worth a minor on that one, though. I've been watching that one for a few frames. Oops. Patricia just posted a interesting looking video of what looks like a wall cloud. I'll show you this. This is from Chatham. That's a pretty low hanging cloud. That is from. I'll show you this really quickly here. This is from. What was her name? Rose. Rose sent this in, and you can see this very, very dark, low hanging cloud over here. Kind of has wall cloud vibes to it. It's hard to tell for sure, but there is some motion in there, and obviously quite windy where she is. Thank you for that report. Appreciate it. Oh, we did get an update on that Guelph cell. And yeah, I think it might be noise. Oh, tilt 2 starting to come around on that one, actually. Yeah, Atlanta. The best. Love that movie. near Ridgetown. I'll take a look. Hold on. I am more interested in what I'm seeing up here near northwest of Russell. A little something right there. And it's on tilt 2 and kind of on tilt 3. I wonder if Dom's near that one. Kind of up in his area. 5% tornado risk on it. I go minor on that one as it tracks kind of northeast of Ottawa up towards maybe Clarence Rockland. Ah. He's saying more bark than bite. There's a couple of tilts of rotation on there. Oh, I see. Dom said I thought he said he's looking at it. He says, I am in it. So he's literally inside of the storm. Oh, he is seeing the rotation now. He goes, whoa, okay. No visible structure. Okay. It may be elevated. Yep. Okay. I kind of want to go minor on that one. Just looks interesting enough. I think I will. When's the next radar update? Got to be soon. 53. Okay, so still a few minutes away. Oh. I'll do a really small one. Just around that, just in case. And we can always expand it after. Bum, bum, bum. Near Metcalf? Northeast of Metcalf. Yeah. Northeast of Metcalf, traveling northeast at 56 kilometers an hour. Yeah, I'm going to get that ready. We're going to get a new radar frame in no time. I'm going to duplicate this. And I can jump back to that one quickly. Jump back down to southwestern Ontario here. Especially to the area with decent VTP at the moment. There's some strong rotation over Lake Ontario, but that's not a problem because it's moving to the southeast. Not a problem for us. Might be a problem for areas south of Lake Erie. Interesting environment there. We'll see what it does. We may have got a new update on this one in Eastern Ontario. Or we should be getting one anytime soon. Still 5% tornado risk on that one. That's just that very first frame. Could be outflow. Looks outflowy. It's all rain wrapped in there. Should be getting a new radar frame anytime. Kind of going a little bookend on that. Tom says the whole sky is saturated. He can't see anything. Yeah, I think it's worth minor at least. Stretch it out a bit here. It's all rain wrapped in there, so it'd be impossible to see it. And that's at 4:02. We're going to go blue. Blue at 4:02, an hour and a half, and send it. Power out in Canada. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. I don't like the look of that signature there. A little bit of kind of actually bookend rotation right there. It's actually strengthening. Definitely bookend, says Steve. Yep, I agree. I agree. A little bit of a bookend vortex. Bookend vortex. Do do do. Bookend vortex. Bum bum bum. It's a type of tornado. Do do. Or a type of storm. Not necessarily a tornado. I should adjust my lyrics. It's a type of storm. Bum bum bum. Chris says tornado percentage doesn't necessarily mean a tornado is imminent, but the possibility is still there. Correct. I've seen storms at 60% tornado risk that haven't produced. But that makes sense because what that actually means is 40% of the time that storm will not produce a tornado. This is at 10% right now. I went up to 10. Yeah, I got a bookend up there. And looks like someone in Russell just reported flooding. Heavy rain, flooding, strong storms in the Russell area. Okay. The Great Wizard Cat says, why do ads got to play when I'm listening to other? We crank the ads down to the lowest thing that we can set them at, but YouTube just plays ads. So unfortunately, there's nothing we can do about that. Chris says, brand new song. No, Bookend Vortex is an old song. I've been singing Bookend Vortex since, I don't know, a long time ago. Where are my OG Bookend Vortex people? Let me know if you remember that song. Years and years ago. It's been a while. Refreshes here. I do, says Perfect Forecast. Thank you. Oh, you know what might have a better option to look at these storms here? It would actually be Cleveland. And Cleveland doesn't look that excited with them. So that's good news for this area because there's a bit of an enhanced tornado parameter here, but that's a parameter. It doesn't necessarily mean, it means you have to have the right storm in that environment. And so far, we don't see the right storms down there. And that is good news for those who are north of Lake Erie. 12% tornado risk now on the bookend. I don't like the look of that storm. I'm going to get another polygon ready here for that one. For the next radar frame up towards Clarence Rockland. What have I done? Someone reported rotation in Blenheim. Those clouds are sure swirling around. Yeah. A lot of motion. Wow. Brianna, oh, hold on a second here. Before I show you this, we did get the next update, and it's looking mighty organized. Oh, Tilt 2 looks solid. Okay. That's going tornado potential. Yep. Okay, I think I'm going to go tornado potential on this one. I'm going to go orange. Ten kilometers southeast of Orleans. That is correct, I believe. Yep. Yeah. Near Vars. Near Bear Brook. Near Bear Brook and Vars. Traveling northeast at 96 kilometers an hour. It's flying. I don't think it's going that fast. I'm going to pull that off. Traveling quickly to the northeast. All right, I'm sending it. Sending it. Epic says headache all day. Crazy. Yeah, it's a strong low pressure system. Messes with a lot of people. Get migraines from it. Sucks. Went tornado potential on that one. You saw my polygon already pop up. What have I done? There we go. Yeah. Multi-tilt rotation. Right there. East of Carlsbad Springs. It's tracking to the northeast towards Clarence Rockland. Don't like the look of that storm. 16% tornado risk on it now. That thing looks pretty juicy. I'd be taking shelter in the path of that one. All right, let's jump back down to... Oh, I wanted to show you that rotation. Okay, so this is from Brianna, and it was from Blenheim. And watch this video. So you can see this is rotating, right? You can see this. You can visually see this slow rotation here. But watch, and you can see this thing start to swirl out. And then watch as she zooms in here. And that's at 3:58, so that was 12 minutes ago. And like... You can definitely see this whole thing swirling. If the motion looks that good on video, I bet you it looked crazy in person. I've seen things like swirling, and I film them, and I look at the video, and I was like, the video looks like crap. That's from Brianna. Thank you so much for that report. Appreciate it. And that was from Blenheim. So definitely some rotation down here. I don't know how organized it is, but it's the stronger environment for sure. Tornado warning. Someone in the comments just said tornado warning. I don't doubt it, and I know exactly which storm it is. It's the one we did tornado potential on here. Can you just please? Okay, 1 second. I know
Yeah,
what storm.
tornado warning just issued for the Ottawa area.
Yeah, someone in the comments just mentioned it. Yeah. Well, it makes perfect sense. So to clarify, Ottawa, you're fine. Just want to clarify that. There's going to be 99 comments per second of what's going on for Ottawa. Ottawa is fine. The problem is east of Ottawa. I guess you can consider this eastern Ottawa, Vars, Bearbrook, heading up towards Clarence Rockland right now. Oh, there's tree damage in Trillium Trail, Bronte Creek Provincial Park. That's not good. Yeah, so to clarify, Ottawa proper is fine. This problem is over here, which is a bookend vortex heading up towards, it's from Bearbrook heading up towards Clarence Rockland. That is the area of concern. If you were in those areas, you want to be taking shelter with that storm. The latest frame is not as strong as the previous frame was. So we did minor rotation detected at 402. And then we did 21% now. Wow. Then we did tornado potential at 409. And then tornado warning was issued at 411. So our minor rotation gave a bit of a heads up on that one. We got 9 minutes. Oh. Someone. Yeah, a little bit of a funnel there. Thamesville, maybe. Maybe a shear funnel on that one. But yeah, those are the areas of concern. So yeah, so back here, we saw this frame. And we did minor rotation detected. That was we saw the 353 frame. So we did that at 402. Then we got that frame. And we went, we got that frame. We went minor rotation. Then we got this frame. We went tornado potential. And then now we have this frame. And it's might be falling apart a bit here, but the tornado potential has gone up to 21% on that storm. So we'll see. Let's look at it from the Blainville radar here. Blainville still looks pretty solid on it, actually. So yeah, if you're in Bearbrook, if you're in Leonard, if you're in Sarsfield, Cannon, Canaan, Cannon, Hammond, Cheney area. If you're up towards Vanette, Clarence Rockland, St. Pascal, Baylon, French Hill, Beckett's Creek, all of those areas, that's the problem. So to clarify, and again, we're going to have 99 comments per second. Ottawa is fine. You just happen to be dealing with the out of date, unfortunately, Environment Canada alerting system where they can't just highlight the storm. They have to highlight, of course, county, kind of like county-based areas and city-based areas. And so everybody in Ottawa gets a tornado warning. However, you're fine. These are the areas that are a problem. Over here, the VARS area. Now, if you read the details of the tornado warning, which is tricky because if you get it through the alert ready system, like an Amber Alert style, the unfortunate part with that is it just says tornado in your coverage area. It doesn't there's no details, right? So you have to open up our free app, which is called Instant Weather. You can download it for free at instantweatherapp.com. Huge thank you to everybody who goes to the settings, goes all the way to the bottom, clicks rate the app or rate our app or something about rating the app, and clicks it. And if you could give us some sort of review, it's up to you what you would like to give us. But yeah, we'd appreciate it if you go and rate the app. If you like it, go rate the app. We'd appreciate it. Even if you don't like it, go rate it. It's fine. Is Hawkesbury fine? Hawkesbury's up. Yeah, all right. They're up here somewhere. Where's Hawkesbury? It's way, way up right on the Quebec border, isn't it? Hawkesbury. There you are. Yeah, you're fine for now. Yeah, that's the other thing. Like Vankleigh Hill area, Grenville, Hawkesbury, all these areas are wondering, we're in the tornado warning. Should we be taking shelter? The only areas that need to be taking shelter with this, in my opinion, would be kind of in the VARS area. And if you read the tornado warning, you can see those details. Like, read the tornado warning. It says, tornado location over VARS, moving quickly to the northeast at 65 kilometers an hour. Locations in the path: VARS, Hammond, Bourget, Curran, Riceville, St. Isidore, Plantagenet. Yeah. Now, when they say tornado location, they don't mean that there's a confirmed tornado on this. All they mean is that if there is a tornado on this, it was near VARS when they issued it, right? Yeah. But Ottawa's fine. You're good. Chris says, this is why if you don't have the app, download it. It'll save you a lot of stress. Yeah, of course. Download our free app. You can get it. Ottawa is fine. Ottawa's good. See, we got this report of a tornado in Ottawa, but watch this. We have a new reporting system. I bet you it says alert. Watch. See what I'm saying? That's great. It says tornado report sources. I received a tornado alert. So people actually report. They'll get a tornado alert from our app. Then they'll report tornado, but then we gave the options now. I saw the tornado, I heard about a tornado, I received a tornado alert. And so you click that one, and then we get to see that that's not actually a tornado report. It's a report of a tornado warning. We appreciate the reports regardless, but we needed to put those details in there. We do it with a funnel cloud as well, too. So I saw the funnel cloud, I heard about a funnel cloud, I received a funnel cloud alert. But yeah, Ottawa's good, yo. That's right, Ottawa. I said yo. 2 areas of rotation. Hammond area and French Hill area, north of Navon. Those are the areas that, if there was a bookend vortex tornado on this thing, it would probably be here east of Orleans, French Hill, up towards, with the storm up towards Clarence Rockland. This is weakening quite a bit here. What percentages do we have? 22% still on that one. So if you're in this area, basically, if you're in eastern Orleans, all the way over to Clarence Rockland, and maybe Wendover area, that's the area that should be taken. This area should be taking shelter. From here to here. Everybody else is fine. If you're in Ottawa, you're fine. If you're in, I don't know, Champlain, you're fine. You're in Castleman, you're fine. Russell, you're fine. Other than the flooding, somebody reported. This is what our live stream often consists of, is bringing clarity and granularity I did not mean for that to rhyme, but it ended up working out pretty good. Clarity and granularity to county-based tornado warnings that are stuck in the past. Now, Environment Canada is working on storm-based tornado warnings. They're working on it. They almost released it last year. They almost released it this year. They got really, really close, but there's things downstream that are fighting them on this. Just tech issues, and they can't release it until it's absolutely perfect. And even then, who knows? Who knows if it'll be perfect? But they're really, really going the extra mile to make sure it's working properly.
It looks like Environment Canada has removed the Ottawa area out of the warning, so it's just to the east now.
Beautiful. Even though if there actually was a tornado here, it would actually still be in that polygon, I think. But I think because it weakened considerably, they dropped that. Yeah, I think if there was a tornado here, it would either be here or here. That little pocket right there is the only thing really catching my eye right there. Might do a little. One's slightly out of my polygon. Actually, it's kind of in there. Just slightly out of my polygon. I think I'm going to go minor on that one. Yes. Minor rotation on the storm located 8.8 kilometers southwest of Clarence Rockland. That's right. Traveling northeast at 69 kilometers an hour. That looks right. All right. Blue. 1 hour. Send it. All right. But yeah, Ottawa's good. You good? We got you. You're fine. Gaga says, bro, I see the tornado. It's close to me. I'm in my basement. What? You sure, bro? Where are you, by the way, Gaga? Yeah, I think if there was anything, it would be Cheney area or over here north of Navon. Those are the two areas I think would probably be if this was actually producing a tornado. I'm a bit doubtful of, but I'd still be taking shelter if you're in these areas here. Hammond, Cheney, Sarsfield. Oh, Navan. Navan? Okay, thank you. And someone said Navin. And then another person said Navon. Navin. Just passed us in Cheney. Thank you. Oh, there's your next update. It's Navan. Navin. Half the people say Navin. Half the people say Navan. Y'all need to get together in a little town meeting and determine how you actually pronounce your name. Because everybody's got a different version of it. Navin, Navan. Which one? Which one is it? If you could all get together and figure that out and then let me know, that'd be great. Oh my goodness. Someone had the time to put this together. This is funny. Nah, I'm not putting it on stream. Someone put together an old album cover. It says, Weather Oldies includes the #1 hit Bookend Vortex by Adam Skinner. Appreciate it. Probably shouldn't put that on the stream because it was clearly created by AI. Rather
You're
not have
probably
AI
more
stuff.
triggered by them calling them oldies.
No, I'm fine with that. That's good. What are you talking about? I'm an aspiring senior. I wear house shoes. I'm embracing the aging. I'm not afraid of it. It's awesome. Let's see here. Yeah, so if there is a tornado on this storm, it would be heading up towards Clarence Rockland right now. Right here. That's where the only rotation I see right now is near Bourget, heading up towards Clarence Rockland. This is from Clarence Rockland right now. Not a lot of visual on this thing. This is what Dom was talking about. He's in here and you just can't see anything. There's nothing to see. It's just completely rain wrapped. So what are you going to do? Wind there looks pretty calm, though. It's good. I'm glad we were able to give folks a heads up here. We did minor rotation at 402. We did tornado potential at 409, I think. And then the tornado warning came out at 411. So we're able to give folks in that area a 9-minute heads up, which might not seem like a lot, but when something like that's heading towards you, definitely 9 minutes will help. Tornado report. I was told about the tornado. I saw a report of a tornado. Tornado details. Adam's the man on the stream. Correct. I am a man, and I am on a stream. So those details are accurate. Yeah, Clarence Rockland, Bourget area, that's the problem. Everybody else, you're all right. I'm going to jump down to southwestern Ontario here. 10% tornado risk still on that storm. Let me jump down to southwestern Ontario and just see what's going on down there. I'll jump back up, and we should be getting another radar frame at some point in time. Still seeing little pockets of rotation, but most of it's out over Lake Erie right now. So that's good news. I think there's still some stuff coming in from the west. Maybe not too much here. This is going to be probably an early stream for us. Uh-oh, Buffalo went down 17 minutes ago. No. No. Love the Buffalo radar. A little bit of broad rotation down here by Milton at the moment. What am I hearing? Is it raining in Barrie? I hear dripping. Oh, it is raining in Barrie. That would be why. Yep. Definitely raining in Barrie. All right. And what percentage are we at now? %9 tornado risk, so it keeps going down. It went all the way up to 22 at one point. 9's still pretty decent, though. This French Hill area and this Hammond area. These two areas, still a little bit there and a little bit there. Still the areas of concern at this point. We'll continue to watch and see what happens. Let's try storm relative velocity. Not showing us much. Still a tornado warning in place from Environment Canada on that one. We'll see how long that lasts. Of course, we just always want to emphasize that if Environment Canada issues a tornado warning, regardless of what you think you see on radar, you know, if there is a there is a storm or there isn't a storm, those are kind of like, ooh, big thunder rumble here. Those are the things, you know, that obviously matter. If there's no storm near you and the radar is currently updating, then obviously you're fine. But if there is a storm over you, you don't know if Environment Canada has received a report. You don't know if they've got storm spotters feeding them information right from that storm. You have no idea what's going on there. So we always want to say, if you're in a tornado warning and the storm they're talking about, now go into the details. It literally said which storm. It said the VARS storm. So you know which storm it's talking about. So compare that to radar. If you're in the path of the storm, then Environment Canada has issued a tornado warning on it. You should always take shelter with that storm. I point this out because we have heard reports of other kind of independent weather sources talking about, this tornado warning is bogus. There's no problem here. All this kind of stuff. And that, I think that's just the wrong take, because you never know what information Environment Canada meteorologists have. And so, in the past, I've been like, I don't see any rotation here, but still, if you're in the path of that storm, take shelter. No matter what. I can have my doubts based on radar data, to what degree something is severe, but that does not matter. Even if I say, it looks like it's weakening a bit, doesn't matter. If you're in the path of the storm, that Environment Canada has a tornado warning on it, it is worth it to be in shelter, because there has been times in the past where they tornado warn something that has like a landspout tornado on it, and you can't even see that on radar, So when you hear other sources saying, don't take a tornado warning seriously, that's just not the right attitude towards these things, in my opinion. So you might feel differently about it, but just wanted to point that out. Err on the side of caution. Is the app specific to Canada? Well, I mean, it's made in Canada by Canadians, but it works globally for the forecast, for sure. Radar pretty much only works in North America, all the way down to Mexico, all the way up to that area. Radar used to work globally. We're working on a solution for that. It was it was extremely expensive to have that global radar. It was nice, but it was to the point where the app was like losing money. So we couldn't continue that. Now I'm starting to see some reorganization, some re-strengthening here near Bourget. So I don't think this is over yet here, folks. It's really starting to come together right here. And if I go to storm relative velocity, if I go to tilt 2, tilt 3, this is actually a new strengthening area of rotation right here near Bourget. If there is the potential for a tornado on this one, I think it's right here, northwest of Eddyville, Ettyville, heading up towards Rockdale and Plantagenet. Let me make sure exactly which way this is going here. And there's also that's going through Clarence Rockland at the moment. So a couple of different areas here that still have my concern. They're still inside of my tornado potential polygon. That's good. Near Pendleton, Bourget. I think I might do a new polygon on that one, I think, because it's definitely got my attention. Heading up towards Plantagenet, Alfred area. I'm going to make this a little wider because there's a couple of areas of rotation on this. Hold on. I'm hearing some big thunderclaps here in Barrie right now.
When
But,
you get a chance after that, check out near Oakville, Mississauga.
Okay, well, I'm going to make a big chunky polygon here because there's a couple of areas of rotation. The Clarence Rockland area, and then also this down here by Bourget. So I want to make sure that this is all inside of my polygon. All moving to the northeast, it looks like. So I should do it like that. That looks pretty good. Something like that. Probably pretty good. I think. I'm going to do rotation continues. Rotation continues. We continue to detect rotation on radar with a storm located 3.2 kilometers south of Clarence, Rockland. Actually, in a couple areas. One being Clarence, Rockland, and the other being Bourget. The Bourget, is that right? Yeah. Yeah, Brennan, let me jump to that one because that one is really looking nasty.
Yeah, the
radar is
last
that?
scan is very concerning.
Holy crap.
Yeah.
Mississauga needs to take shelter now. Hold on, I got family. One second. Mississauga. Whoa. I mean, it's kind of broad, but whoa. And which way is it going? It's actually moving to the southeast. It's going to go right over the water. I need to refresh this because it's moving too slow. Whoa. Yeah, Jill, if you're watching, basement now on that one. Okay. Red. Tornado potential. Located. Near Mississauga, traveling south-southeast at east-southeast. The crap. Please stop. Okay. Looks good to me. 1 hour. Sending it now. Tornado potential for Mississauga right now. Arundel needs to take shelter immediately. Yeah, rotation right here. Arundel. I may have wanted to extend that slightly to the south. I want to go look at Eastern Ontario here really quick, though. Did we get a radar update? Not yet, but soon. That's at 4:30. We'll get it soon, I think. Oh, we did get a radar update. And yeah, that rotation continues. It's still inside of my polygon. Still inside of my tornado potential polygon. It's now down by Pendleton. Redo my polygon here. Yeah, Pendleton area is the area of concern right now for that storm. Still under a tornado warning. Okay, let me redo that notification. Pendleton, right? Pendleton? 40 kilometers west of Hawkesbury. It says near La Regionale. No, it's near Pendleton. Near Pendleton. Pendleton. Ontario. Traveling north-northeast at 61 kilometers an hour. Yada, yada, yada. Blah, blah, blah. It's a polygon time. Go orange and send it. Sent. Yeah, pretty concerned with what we're seeing here in Mississauga right now. Tornado potential on that storm. I might want to extend my polygon a little bit to the south. Shows you how fast these things can just ramp up. Like, I don't know, a few frames ago, there was just nothing going on. Little broad now in the latest scan. Agreed. I mean, back here, it was like nothing going on. Looking pretty boring. And then all of a sudden, a lot more exciting. Is Hawkesbury in danger? I'm not sure. I'll go double check, but someone said, is the video frozen or is it just you? I think it's just you. You might just want to refresh your stream. I missed that Jill Carlton became a new member. Thank you so much, Jill. Appreciate it. Noah said, hey, I'll hope everyone is staying safe. Thank you. Brianna said Lombardy update. Lombardy. Where's Lombardy? Lombardy. Lombardy up here? Oh. Let's see here. I don't think there's much going on there. You probably asked me when there was something going on there. My apologies. Doug, hello from North Central Alberta. Smoky today here. I'm sure it is. Thank you, Doug. Appreciate the super chat. And I missed this one. This is how it started in 2018. Never forget. I don't think this is anywhere as close to as strong as 2018 was. If it's the event I'm thinking of. I still have coffee in my cup. It's very cool. Very cold coffee, but I like it. Good. Again, if you have not downloaded our free app, please do so. You can get it for free, which is a great price. I mean, one of the best prices, I would think. If you could even call it a price, if it has zero value. I think the app has value. Just the price has no value. But $0.00. You can get it at instantweatherapp.com. Matt says, Thornhill, there's nothing on radar over Thornhill. So wait, you're saying there's nothing? You're saying there's nothing over Thornhill radar-wise, but you want to know if there's anything going on for Thornhill. In Gatineau, it's sunny, but we still got a warning. Yeah, it's just proximity. Yeah, Ottawa's fine. Ottawa's totally fine. My daughter lives in Oshawa. No, this is really far from Oshawa. Oshawa's fine. There's some storms over there, but the only risk over there by Oshawa is going to be lightning. Oh, I just sent a report from Thornhill. And Michelle says, don't forget to like this live stream. It just takes a second. We'd appreciate it. All right, Gaga, you're gone.
Another thing I will mention that really helps us is if you're not already subscribed to our YouTube channel, it's completely free. And if you hit the bell notification, you'll get notified when we go live.
Yes, that's a great point. We're trying to build up the YouTube channel, so if you could hit the subscribe button, we'd appreciate it. On Twitch, if you could hit the follow button, we'd appreciate it. And on Facebook, I don't know if you're not already following our Facebook pages and you just happen to be watching the live stream on Facebook, if you could, give our page a follow, we'd appreciate it too. And of course, you can report. Aaron says, just subscribe. Didn't know I wasn't. Yeah, if you could hit the subscribe button, it really helps. If you're watching the live stream, hit the subscribe button. We're trying to build the channel up, so we really, really appreciate it. Hit the subscribe button, hit the bell button, and then when we go live, we don't post a lot of videos to our YouTube. We probably should, but we don't. But we pretty much use YouTube as a live streaming platform. So if you get notified if something's going on from YouTube, it usually means we're going live 99% of the time. Just subscribed as well. Thank you so much. I mean, even if you're watching it on Facebook, if you could just go over to YouTube and hit the subscribe button. We're trying to build the channel. I think we're approaching 60,000 on the channel, something like that. We're getting there. Let me jump back over to Eastern Ontario. Oh, okay. Just got an update. Interesting. Lots of look how noisy this is. So noisy. Let's see here. Let me just refresh. MSW Creations, that might be from a bug, maybe. Some people were noticing on the app that it was showing kind of previous forecasts instead of showing the current forecast. The new update has a fix for that, so that'll be coming up very, very soon. Seems like I was holding on to older data a little bit too long. But that will be fixed very soon. I think it's already fixed. It's just, we just have to obviously get the update out, which takes time. So Environment Canada continues this tornado warning for the Clarence-Rockland area. If there's anything going on right now, it's Plantagenet area. If there is any tornado risk here, it's either Wendover or Plantagenet. Might be a little bit more of a downburst kind of signature, potentially. Really ramped up there for a second. Emily says, I don't understand radar. Is Russell okay? Let me see. Russell, you're fine. Russell's fine. You're good. Grenville's fine. Champlain's fine. Van Leek Hill's fine. Most areas are fine. The only areas that are a problem right now would be Plantagenet, Wendover, up towards, however you pronounce this. That one. Papineauville. That area. North Bay out of nowhere. Oh, is there a storm up in North Bay? I'll go take a look. Ah, there is a storm up in North Bay. Probably would have been that cold front that popped it.
That storm in the Barrie area is under a severe thunderstorm warning now.
Oh. For me? Yeah, but not for Barrie specifically. Barrie has no severe thunderstorm warning, but Innisfil does. Only a 1% tornado risk on that one, 10% severe wind risk. Yeah. Little storm in Angus, too. Good. Storms are bad. Good. I think Oakville, I'm going to pull that tornado risk polygon from that storm because it looks like it did weaken considerably. It looked super strong for a minute there, but it has weakened considerably. So let me go find it. Tornado potential, Mississauga. Yeah, I'm going to scrap that one. All right. Yeah, pulling that polygon from it. I don't think this has the juice to get it done here. It looked pretty darn good for a couple of frames there. Wow. Those storms over Lake Erie really ramping up, but they're heading south towards areas east of Cleveland at the moment. We have some flooding reports in the Grimsby area and Lincoln there. Where's that, Brennan? Is that? Oh, that's. Oh, okay. Southwestern Ontario. Near London. Oh, sneaky little. See, it's underneath. I got to turn this off. Obscuring my view. Hey, sneaky little storm with a little tail. Where do you think you're going? This is northeast of London right now. Just a little storm. Not too bad. Not too bad. Although Exeter is really looking interesting for the Oakville area. Maybe I shouldn't have pulled my polygon. Let's see here. And tilt 2, tilt 1. Still a little bit of weak rotation in there, but nothing too wild. And that radar is pretty far away. I would say this one's going to be a lot more accurate. And it says it's fine. 6% tornado risk on that cell. That got interesting. That really escalated quickly. I was thinking of Ron Burgundy when I said that. It got out of hand fast. How about Ottawa? Ottawa's fine. You see all these tornado reports in Ottawa? They're all going to say alert. Watch. Alert. 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 Probably Brennan's best idea of all time is to have people answer if they're reporting that they got an alert or if they're reporting that they actually see the tornado. That helps a lot. And over here, insane winds over here near St. Bernardin, St. Bernardin, in Eastern Ontario. The winds look crazy on radar for some reason. Let's back this up. That really just ramped up on the latest frame there. Might be a bit of noise. Let's go take a look at Blainville and see if it... Blainville does not really pick it up as strong. I would not be surprised if Environment Canada dropped this tornado warning pretty soon.
Look at that.
Like
That was too perfect.
The second I said it, it was gone. I'm like, pretty soon, and it went away. Well, St. Bernardin, I said it right. Thank you. How are the winds there, by the way? Are you in that area? Oh, the black areas are no weather. That's just the map. Well, there goes that tornado warning. Thought so. Okay. Clarence Rockland, I'm going to scrap. That polygon's gone. It's a polygon deleting time. Blossom Park, northeast of Metcalf. I don't even remember that one. You know what? We need a button here that takes you to that polygon on the map. That would be helpful. I don't know where that one is. East of Metcalf. Okay, tornado potential from VARS, gone. Fission detected. Pendleton, gone. I'm assuming that evacuation order is still legit. Where's the Metcalf one? Well, that might be, we might be, getting close to the end of the stream, I think. And we were kind of expecting it to be this way where most of it was in kind of like the afternoon, late afternoon. And then that was about it.
I'm not so sure about that because if you look over in Michigan, there is some storms developing that are about to cross into Lake Huron. We'll see how they develop.
True. Bridget said it apparently touched down in VARS. Is that not the case? I think people are basing that on the fact that the tornado warning says tornado location VARS. But what Environment Canada actually means, unless they got a report of a tornado, but we see that on almost every single tornado warning. I think what they mean is if there is a tornado, that's where it would be. I think they need to clean up that wording a little bit. They should say like potential tornado location here, and then, or say, tornado reported, here's the location. I think that would make more sense. There was a video from Mississauga of the wall cloud here. Let's see. That was Mississauga. Hard to see. Very low visibility. Thank you, Michelle. Appreciate it. Pretty strong winds possible in parts of eastern Ontario here. 93, actually. That's getting pretty strong. The Avonmore area. Where's that tracking to here? Going to the northeast towards Monkland. Pretty strong winds possible with that storm. Something like that, I think. Probably pretty good. Mm-hmm. Where's this? 32 kilometers northwest of Cornwall. Not really near Alexandria. Newington. Ah, come on. Traveling north-northeast at 70 kilometers an hour. Estimates gusts at 93 kilometers an hour. Yep. And that's at 5:01. Wait, which direction did I say to go? North-northeast. That's right. I'll just say northeast, actually. Did I hit send? It wanted it out. All right. Ooh, that's really ramping up there. 101. Uh-huh, uh-huh. Yeah. So strong winds there heading up towards Alexandria. Alexandria. We just got a notification of no more tornado alert in Ottawa. Yeah, the tornado warning has ended a little while ago. Good. Decent storm in the Innisfil area, tracking to southeast towards Keswick. The Oakville one and the Mississauga one definitely weakened quite a bit. Thankfully. Looks like Buffalo's back. Yeah, Buffalo radar. It's back. Back again. That storm northeast of London's looking pretty boring. Boring. I don't know about these, Brennan. Let me go take a look. Let me go take a little peek in the background here. That's some data. Yeah, it looks like those will come in, but they don't look like they're going to be that strong. I think that's probably the show, folks. There's still some decent storms out there, but these were the really concerning ones, the ones that are now heading towards areas northeast of Cleveland. And, you know, this one up here going towards Keswick could see some strong winds, maybe some small hail in there. Nothing too exciting. The Halliburton storm looks pretty wet. The stuff in eastern Ontario got exciting for a little bit. Still some strong winds here heading towards Alexandria and eventually out towards Quebec. Let's see what it looks like from the U.S. radar there, actually. Okay. That's really the only thing exciting down here is this Alexandria area. Could see some strong, potentially damaging winds. Dominionville region, Alexandria, Avonmore. So that is interesting. But the tornado risk up there east of Ottawa has pretty much fallen apart. Quebec did not carry over the tornado warning. They switched it over to a severe thunderstorm warning. Yeah, I'm not that excited about the rotation of that area anymore. It sure got wild for a bit, but with that bookend vortex, those can wrap up pretty quick. But I think that's probably it. I don't know, Brennan, if you want to maybe go to hybrid mode, I'm thinking we should probably shut down the stream and then just see if anything really pops up. We can come back. It might be the best idea.
I think it's a good idea to still keep an eye on that Innisfil storm. It still seems to be intensifying a bit.
Okay. We can watch that for a bit. Lots of videos and photos on that one. Let's go take a look at those. You're right. It does kind of have an interesting look with the hook. Let's see. I'm going to jump over and check out some reports. What am I doing? Open summary. Open sesame. All right. Let's take a look at that one from the map. Yeah, it's actually hanging pretty low. Do your storms hang low? Do they wobble to and fro? It's decent. It's got a decent little bit of scud hanging here. That's kind of the edge of the shelf, but it's pretty low. Thank you for that report, Anonymous. Appreciate it. Ooh, it's kind of got a hook now. A little bit of a hook on that one towards Keswick. Mm-hmm. This is a photo from Innisfil with that storm from Dee Dee. Thank you, Dee Dee. That low hanging shelf and some dark danglers under there. Oh, looks like we got some new reports from Innisfil. Thank you, Patricia. Let's see here. Pouring rain from Brittany on that one. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. This was Barry. That got pretty nasty in Barry. Looks like it's clearing up out there now. I wouldn't know. I was down here. This was Clarence Rockland. Didn't look too windy. Thanks for the report. Appreciate it. Yeah, that hook is interesting. I might go minor on that one. There's that storm right now. From Georgina. Thank you for that report. Darren S. Appreciate it. You can really see the structure here. Got decent structure to it. I'm going to do a little minor rotation on this one. Just over here. All right. Do it for 1 hour. Sending it. That's enough structure for me to think that that one needs a polygon. Only 2% tornado risk on it though, but it's been hooking for a few frames. Could actually produce a water spout over Lake Simcoe there, the southern side of Kempenfelt Bay. Oh, excuse me. Stretching time. Been sitting down for a few hours here. There are 2+ layers of clouds that are moving in opposite directions. Is that an indicator of possible rotation? It's an indicator of wind shear. And what wind shear is you know, at different levels, winds going in different directions at different speeds, and that can create horizontal vortices. And if you get the right thunderstorm goes over those invisible horizontal vortices, then that thunderstorm can help bend those and stretch them so that they reach the ground. And so just because you have clouds and wind moving in different directions at different speeds doesn't necessarily mean tornado, but you get the right storm mixing in with that, and yeah, things can get interesting. We've been live for 4 hours and 42 minutes. We had our longest live stream the other day. We went 14 hours, I think. It's the longest ever. And we're going to keep an eye on this Keswick storm, see how it develops. And at some point, probably shut down the stream, I think. I remember one day, Tom says we need to hire more staff. That'd be cool. Oh. Interesting. Looks like we're getting reports of some tree damage down by the St. Thomas area. On your last live stream, it suddenly cut off before you were finished. Oh, you were probably watching on Facebook, maybe? Brenda? Might have been on Facebook? Because Facebook will just cut off on its own. If it was on YouTube, I'd be surprised because they let you stream as long as you want. But I think the recording of the YouTube stream only went 12 hours and then stopped. Sarah says you need Ontario Stormwatch merch. I think we might have it. We have a merch store. I don't know if it actually on YouTube it cut you off. That's weird. Were you
They're
watching
probably
live?
talking about Ontario, like our logo, Ontario Stormwatch.
Yeah, no, exactly.
We
I
only
get
have
that.
instant weather merch so far.
What? We don't have Ontario Stormwatch merch? What the crap? We need Ontario Stormwatch merch. We only have IW merch.
All right, leave it with me. I'll work on it on a day that's a
Please.
little less busy.
Yeah. So winter then. Let's see.
The end of the world.
Let's see. There we go. Okay. Keswick, we did minor rotation, but it's not really getting there at the moment. Oh, where do I find said instant weather merch? It's on our website. If you go to instantweather.ca, you should be able to find the merch in there somewhere. Do we have a...
There's actually below here, you can see it. Oh, it just ticked by, but look at the banner below the ticker. It will switch to the merch site eventually.
instantweather.ca/merch, maybe?
I believe it is. But they have to type in instantweatherinc.com/merch because our website's weird with that.
I thought we auto forwarded it to Inc. Like if you go to...
Maybe.
We might. But
there
anyways,
it is.
Yeah.
It just came up.
So instantweatherinc.com/shop, I think you had there. Why did that go by so fast?
Yeah,
that
I
was
don't know
ridiculous.
why
That went by in like 3 seconds.
That's weird.
Yeah. All good. Just got tornado warning for Ottawa on TV, says Mats. It is old and it is done. So The TV alerting system is pretty rough. You're welcome, Matt. Yeah, we did minor rotation on that one going through Keswick. Yeah, Brent brings up a good point. I don't know if we're going to be streaming in Alberta because the Strathmore radar is down. So, but although we could cover reports if things get interesting. I don't know, Brendan. We probably should switch to. I would think let's go to hybrid mode, and then if things do pop or we get some big time reports in Alberta, then we can jump in for that later on. I think Ontario's probably almost about done here. The winds up there by Grenville could be quite strong actually right now. 115 kilometers an hour. But if I look at Blainville, it probably looks way weaker, which it does. I'm starting to see a little pocket of rotation, maybe west of Grenville heading into Quebec. There's a little something going on right there. Probably worth keeping an eye on that. Looks pretty boring on tilt too, though. Pretty messy reflectivity wise. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Atlanta's saying Alberta might not get too exciting, though. We'll see. We'll see. But yeah, with that radar down, that's going to be tricky, especially if the focus is completely around the Calgary area. Although we'd obviously still be able to cover it with reports and long range reflectivity, I'm assuming, to some degree. Wouldn't be able to really see rotation on radar, but we'll see if it gets interesting or not. Yeah, I think we'll cut off the stream and then, yeah, we'll kill the stream. And then if things do get going in Alberta at some point in time, we can come back later. Now is Mississauga. Mississauga is fine. Thanks, Tom, for thinking of us, though. Appreciate it. Yeah, a few of us have experienced a bit of burnout. You know, it's been, especially when we're doing we did like nine live streams in a row. It was, I don't know, we did so many in a row. That number's just arbitrary. I have no idea how many we did in a row. It was a lot. We did 20 out of 30 days in June. And I don't know what we've done in July, but it's like probably about at least 15 streams so far in July. It's been a lot. Yeah, that minor rotation may have weakened here on the Keswick storm. Let's see. I just did a tiny little polygon for folks in that area. Again, most of the time, minor rotation turns into nothing. Once in a while, minor rotation turns into a bookend vortex that eventually gets a tornado warning, and that happened just earlier. Or another example, we do minor rotation for Winnipeg. There is no tornado warning, and an EF1 tornado touches down right inside of Winnipeg, where the Environment Canada office is located. But there was no tornado warning. That was a really tricky one. To be fair, QLCS spin-ups are very, very tricky. You can see tiny little. That's kind of what we did earlier in the Southwest. You see these little tiny pockets of rotation. They're very weak, and it's tricky. Or was that Eastern Ontario? I forget. Anyways, but it's very tricky to see that kind of stuff. So that's why we do stuff like minor rotations. Give folks a heads up, and we gave a few thousand people a heads up in Winnipeg before a tornado touchdown, and the only notification for those people was ours. So we're grateful we're able to help.
It's important to mention that we have a bit of a special case because we can do like minor rotation notifications without like sounding off everyone's cell phone in the alert region.
in a giant, giant area. Yeah,
So, like, with
exactly.
Environment Canada, their choices was don't issue a tornado warning or issue a tornado warning and wake up everyone in the Winnipeg area, which is a high threshold to reach.
Yeah, it's tricky. It's tricky for them, of course, right? And I think I don't know if they were even based on radar. I don't even know if they were getting to that tornado warning threshold. Although I think you said that there was a severe thunderstorm warning, but the severe thunderstorm warning didn't even mention a tornado risk. So yeah, so I just think based on radar, they were like, "Nah, it's not going to happen." But I mean, that's who knows? Who knows what they were thinking? Who knows exactly what happened in that situation? But and then yeah, I'm just grateful we were able to give folks in Winnipeg a heads up on that one. Nine says maybe they should fix that. They're trying. They're trying to do storm. They're working on storm-based warnings. It's just it got delayed. They had it almost ready last year. It got delayed. They had it very close to ready this year. It got delayed. Oh, interesting. Okay. Um, Still see some really strong winds here in parts of eastern Ontario, going through Avonmore, Monkland area, up towards Alexandria, and I always do the Alexanian thing for Alexandria. I don't know why. Can't help myself. All right. Yeah, I think that's about it for now. I think I'm going to pull the minor rotation polygon off of this one. Yeah. Keswick, minor rotation polygon is gone. I don't even know where this one is. Where is this one? 10 minutes left? I don't know where it is. I'm pulling it. Keswick, pulling it. Wind and hail risk for Cornwall, leaving that one. Severe weather coverage with Adam, pulling it because we're going to be not live. Forecast, evacuation, amber alert. Okay. All right. Okay, folks, I think we're going to shut down for a bit. We may be back for Alberta. We may not. It's hard to say. The strongest storms continue here in eastern Ontario, tracking into Montreal area. Could be some pretty strong winds in there. So we've got our polygon in place. We'll continue to watch those. If it strengthens, we'll continue to notify, of course. And if you have not downloaded our free app, please do so. You can get it for free at instantweatherapp.com. It is free. Download it. Huge thanks to everybody who has upgraded the radar, which you can do in you click settings and you tap the big blue button at the top to upgrade the radar. To extend the radar either 12 or 48 hours into the future. Also, to remove ads from the app as well, or to even upgrade to Instant Weather Pro, which is what we're using right now, and which is our top level of Pro Radar stuff, Pro Radar suite. Are you able to see a violent tornado parameter in Instant Weather Pro? If it's not on there yet, it's coming very soon. We're kind of amalgamating all of our different, like our admin panel, everything is being amalgamated into kind of one core platform. And then everybody will have all the same features instead of like us having different stuff on the admin panel that are on the other ones. We're kind of running a whole bunch of different projects right now, but we're in the process of amalgamating them all together. And so it'll be much, much better once we have that. Then, we add one feature, everybody gets that feature. It's going to be sweet. Seen some rotation up here in Quebec, northwest of Hawkesbury, Ontario, up in Quebec near Rivington. That's that same storm's kind of starting to get it together. 17% tornado risk on that one. I'm going to do a polygon for them up here. It's a polygon time near Avoca, Quebec. It's a polygon time. Avoca. Mm-hmm. That looks good to me. Avocado? No, I know. That's the first thing I thought when there used to be this really great place in Barrie called the Avoca Bar, I think. It was like a great wraps. But I think they went out of business during COVID, unfortunately. Rotation detected orange. Near Avoca. Probably northeast. And that's at 528. And I'm sending it now. With 49 people. Cool. All right. I think that's it for now. We will be watching radar. We will be tracking these storms through as they continue with strong winds to eventually into Quebec here from extreme eastern Ontario over there. And I think that's it for a bit. There are some storms coming in from Michigan. They look pretty boring. It's good. We like boring. And models are not too excited about those ones either. And the one that was up there by Keswick looks a lot more boring now, which is good news. So that got pretty wild for a bit. Still a little bit of hail up there by Baldwin, but that's about it. So there's still a risk of some lightning, some torrential rain, some hail, and some gusty winds. Hopefully nothing too significant. The winds in eastern and like northwest of Cornwall right now in eastern Ontario, those could be quite intense. But nonetheless, thank you everybody for joining us on the stream. I appreciate it. Thank you, Brennan.
You're welcome. Good night, everyone.
Good night, everyone. And again, if Alberta gets going crazy, we may come back for that. So we'll see. But nonetheless, we'll be watching radar as we always do because radar is our Netflix. Thank you, everyone. We'll talk to you all very soon. Hope everybody stays safe today. Bye-bye.